Section 71 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 71. How I Found Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. 1871. David Livingstone was a celebrated African explorer and missionary. After many years in Africa, he was lost sight of, and it was generally believed that he was dead. James Gordon Bennett, proprietor of the New York Herald, determined to send the young reporter, who was afterwards known as Sir Henry M. Stanley, in search of him. Mr. Bennett was then in Paris. 5 hours after receiving his telegram, come to Paris on important business, Mr. Stanley was on his way to learn what was wanted of him. He arrived at night. The Editor. I went straight to the Grand Hotel and knocked at the door of Mr. Bennett's room. "Come in," I heard a voice say. Entering, I found Mr. Bennett in bed. "Who are you?" he asked. "My name is Stanley," I answered. "Ah, yes. Sit down. I have important business on hand for you." After throwing over his shoulder his robe de chambre, Mr. Bennett asked, "Where do you think Livingstone is?" "I really do not know, sir." "Do you think he is alive?" "He may be, and he may not be," I answered. "Well, I think he is alive, and that he can be found, and I am going to send you to find him." "What?" said I. "Do you really think I can find Dr. Livingstone? Do you mean me to go to Central Africa?" "Yes. I mean that you shall go and find him wherever you may hear that he is, and to get what news you can of him, and perhaps," delivering himself thoughtfully and deliberately, "the old man may be in want. Take enough with you to help him should he require it. Of course you will act according to your own plans and do what you think best, but find Livingstone." Said I, wondering at the cool order of sending one to Central Africa to search for a man whom I, in common with almost all other men, believe to be dead, "Have you considered seriously the great expense you are likely to incur on account of this little journey?" "What will it cost?" he asked abruptly. "Burton and Speke's journey to Central Africa costs between 3,000 and 5,000 pounds, and I fear it cannot be done under 2,500 pounds. Well, I will tell you what you will do. Draw 1,000 pounds now, and when you have gone through that, draw another 1,000, and when that is spent, draw another 1,000, and so on, but find Livingstone." 2 years later the following scene took place. We were now about 300 yards from the village of Mujiji, and the crowds are dense about me. Suddenly I hear a voice on my right say, "Good morning, sir." Startled at hearing this greeting in the midst of such a crowd of black people, I turn sharply around in search of the man and see him at my side with the blackest of faces, but animated and joyous, a man dressed in a long white shirt, with a turban of American sheeting around his woolly head, and I ask, "Who the mischief are you?" "I am Susi, the servant of Dr. Livingstone," said he, smiling and showing a gleaming row of teeth. "What? Is Dr. Livingstone here?" "Yes, sir." "In this village?" "Yes, sir." "Are you sure?" "Sure, sir." "Why, I leave him just now." "Good morning, sir," said another voice. "Hello," said I, "is this another one?" "Yes, sir." "Well, what is your name?" "My name is Chuma, sir." "What, are you Chuma, the friend of Wekotani?" "Yes, sir." "And is the doctor well?" "Not very well, sir." "Where has he been so long?" "In Manyuema." "Now you, Susi, run and tell the doctor I am coming." "Yes, sir," and off he darted like a madman. But by this time we were within 200 yards of the village, and the multitude was getting denser and almost preventing our march. Flags and streamers were out. Arabs and Wangwana were pushing their way through the natives in order to greet us, for according to their account we belonged to them. But the great wonder of all was, how did you come from Unyanyembe? Soon Susi came running back and asked me my name. He had told the doctor that I was coming, but the doctor was too surprised to believe him, and when the doctor asked him my name, Susi was rather staggered. But during Susi's absence the news had been conveyed to the doctor that it was surely a white man that was coming, whose guns were firing and whose flag could be seen, and the great Arab magnates of Ujiji, Mohammed bin Salih, Said bin Majid, Abid bin Suleiman, Mohammed bin Gharib, and others, had gathered together before the doctor's house, and the doctor had come out from his veranda to discuss the matter and await my arrival. In the meantime the head of the expedition had halted, and the kirangozi was out of the ranks, holding his flag aloft, and Selim said to me, "I see the doctor, sir. Oh, what an old man! He has got a white beard." And I, what would I not have given for a bit of friendly wilderness, where unseen I might vent my joy in some mad freak, such as idiotically biting my hand, turning a somersault, or slashing at trees, in order to allay those exciting feelings that were well nigh uncontrollable. My heart beats fast, but I must not let my face betray my emotions, lest it shall detract from the dignity of a white man appearing under such extraordinary circumstances. So I did that which I thought was most dignified. I pushed back the crowds, and passing from the rear, walked down a living avenue of people until I came in front of the semicircle of Arabs, in the front of which stood the white man with the grey beard. As I advanced slowly towards him, I noticed he was pale, looked wearied, had a grey beard, wore a bluish cap with a faded gold band around it, had on a red-sleeved waistcoat and a pair of grey tweed trousers. I would have run to him, only I was a coward in the presence of such a mob, would have embraced him, only he being an Englishman, I did not know how he would receive me. So I did what cowardice and false pride suggested was the best thing. Walked deliberately to him, took off my hat, and said, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" "Yes," said he, with a kind smile, lifting his cap slightly. I replace my hat on my head, and he puts on his cap, and we both grasp hands, and I then say aloud, "I thank God, doctor, I have been permitted to see you." He answered, "I feel thankful that I am here to welcome you." I turn to the Arabs, take off my hat to them in response to the saluting chorus of Yambos I receive, and the doctor introduces them to me by name. Then, oblivious of the crowds, oblivious of the men who shared with me my dangers, we, Livingstone and I, turn our faces towards his tembe. He points to the veranda, or rather mud platform, under the broad overhanging eaves. He points to his own particular seat, which I see his age and experience in Africa have suggested, namely a straw mat with a goatskin over it, and another skin nailed against the wall to protect his back from contact with the cold mud. I protest against taking this seat, which so much more befits him than me, but the doctor will not yield. I must take it. We are seated, the doctor and I, with our backs to the wall. The Arabs take seats on our left. More than 1,000 natives are in our front, filling the whole square densely, indulging their curiosity, and discussing the fact of two white men meeting at Ujiji, one just come from Manyuema in the west, and the other from Unyanyembe in the east. Conversation began. What about? I declare I have forgotten. Oh, we mutually ask questions of one another, such as, "How did you come here?" and "Where have you been all this long time? The world has believed you to be dead." Yes, that was the way it began. But whatever the doctor himself informed me, and that which I communicated to him, I cannot correctly report, for I found myself gazing at him, conning the wonderful man at whose side I now sat in Central Africa. Every hair of his head and beard, every wrinkle of his face, the wanness of his features, and the slightly wearied look he wore, were all imparting intelligence to me, the knowledge I had craved for so much ever since I heard the words, "Take what you want, but find Livingstone." End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 72 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, read for LibriVox.org by phone. Western and Central Africa, Part 2. Adventures in the African Jungle. Historical Note. Du Chaillu had an exceedingly good preparation for his work as an African explorer, for he spent his youth on the west coast of Africa, where his father was trader and consul. When only 20 years of age, he set out on an exploration of that part of West Africa lying between 2 degrees north and 2 degrees south. He knew the native languages, and with only African helpers he travelled on foot more than 8,000 miles. He was probably the first white man who ever saw gorillas, and his reports of the behaviour of these animals, and of the tribes of pygmies that he had met, indeed of the extent of his explorations in general, were bitterly attacked. Du Chaillu had only used a compass, and so could not prove his records of travel, but he now set to work to learn how to use a camera and various kinds of astronomical instruments. Then he started on a second trip. Meanwhile, others had followed in his footsteps, and proof of his accuracy was afforded in generous supply. Nevertheless, he made a second journey to equatorial Africa. Later he made explorations in Scandinavia and in Russia. He died in 1903 at the age of 68. Less is known of Africa, especially of its central portion, than of any other continent. Its value, however, is so evident that during the last quarter of a century there has been a wild scramble among the countries of Europe for African possessions. England, Germany, Portugal, France, and Italy hold either vast areas of land or spheres of influence, that is, land which they claim the right to occupy and develop. Abyssinia and the little Republic of Liberia are the only countries of Africa which are free to carry on their own government as they choose. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 73 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 73. The Village of Dwarfs, about 1870, by Paul du Chaillu. The day after I had done before the Ashangos the wonderful things I have described to you, as I was seated under the veranda of the king with Mukaunga and a few Ashango elders, I began to talk of the country, and I said to them, "People say that there are dwarfs living in the forest. Is it so, Ashangos? How far are they from Niembui?" "At no great distance from this spot," said the chief. "There is a village of them, but, O Gwizi, if you want to see them, you must not go to them with a large number of attendants. You must go in a small party. Take one of your Komi men, and I will give you my nephew, who knows the dwarfs, to go with you. You must walk as cautiously as possible in the forest, for those dwarfs are like antelopes and gazelles. They are shy and easily frightened. To see them you must take them by surprise. No entreaty of ours could induce them to stay in their settlements if they knew you were coming. If you are careful, tomorrow we shall see them, for as sure as I live, there are dwarfs in the forest, and they are called Obongos." Early the next morning the Ashango chief called one of his nephews and another Ashango, and ordered them to show me the way to the country of the dwarfs. So we got ready to start, I taking 3 of my Komi men with me, Rabuka, Agalo, and Makandai. I had put on a pair of light India rubber boots in order not to make any noise in the forest. Before leaving, I gave a large bunch of beads to one of the Ashango men, and told him, as soon as we made our appearance in the village, to shout, "Obongos, do not run away. Look here at the beads which the spirit brings to you. The spirit is your friend. Do not be afraid. He comes only to see you." After leaving Niembui, we walked through the forest in the most cautious manner, and as we approached the settlement, the Ashango man who was in the lead turned his head towards us, put a finger on his lips for us to be silent, and made a sign for us to walk very carefully, and we advanced with more circumspection than ever. After a while we came to the settlement of the dwarfs. Over a small area the undergrowth had been partially cut away, and there stood 12 queer little houses, which were the habitations of these strange people, but not a dwarf was to be seen. They had all gone. "Nobody here!" shouted the Ashangos, and the echo of their voices alone disturbed the stillness of the forest. I looked around at this strange little settlement of living dwarfs. There was no mistake about it. The fires were lighted, the smoke ascended from the interior of their little shelters. On a bed of charcoal embers there was a piece of snake roasting. Before another were 2 rats cooking. On the ground there were several baskets of nuts, and one of berries, with some large wild fruits that had been gathered by the dwarfs in the woods, while near by stood several calabashes filled with water, and some bundles of dried fish. There was indeed no mistake. The huts I had seen on my way to Niembouai were the same as these, and had been made surely by the same race of dwarfs. The Ishogos had told me no idle stories. I wish you could have seen the faces of Rabuka, Igalo, and Makandai. "Oh, oh, oh!" they exclaimed. "Chali, what are we not going to see in the wild countries you bring us to? These people must be Nyamas (beasts). For look," said they, pointing to their huts, "the shelters of the Nshiego Mbouve are quite as good." I lingered a long while in the hope that the dwarfs would return, but they did not. We called for them, but our voices were lost. We followed some of their tracks, but it was of no use. "You cannot overtake them," said the Ashangos, "for they can run through the jungle as fast as a gazelle and as silently as a snake, and they are far off now. They are afraid of you." Before leaving their settlement, I hung on the lower branches of trees surrounding their village strings of beads of bright colors, which I carried with me in my hunting bag, for I always had some ready to give away whenever I wanted to do so. I had red, white, and yellow beads with me that day, and the trees looked gay with these strings hanging from them. We had taken goat meat for the dwarfs, and I hung up 3 legs of goats also, and several plantains, and I put a little salt on a leaf near a hut, and we departed. So I hoped that the dwarfs, seeing what we had left behind us, would become emboldened, and see that we did not desire to do them harm, and that the next time they would not be afraid of us. I was pleased to perceive on our arrival in the evening at Niembouai that the Ashangos seemed glad to see us again, though the chief was quite disappointed that we had not seen the little Obongos. That evening the Ashangos clustered around me and wanted me to talk to them, not in their own language, but in the language of the Oguizi spirits. So I talked to them, and their wonder was great, and I read to them from a book, all of them listening the while with their mouths wide open. Then I took my journal and read to them aloud in English, and after reading the part which related to what I had done in the Ishogo village of Mokenga, I translated it to them, to the great delight of the Ishogos. The part I read related to my arrival in Mokenga, how the people were afraid of me, and what warm friends we became, and how the villagers said I had moved the big boulder of granite. At this there was a tremendous shout. Then I said, "Ashangos, the Oguizis do not forget anything. What I write will always be remembered. Now I will read you something we have from an Oguizi who wrote about dwarfs. The name of that Oguizi was Herodotus. And yours," shouted the Ishogos, "is Chali." "That Oguizi Herodotus," I continued, "wrote about what he heard and what he saw, just as I do. Long, long ago, before any tree of the forest round you had come out of the ground, I could not count in their language and say about 2,300 years ago, that Oguizi Herodotus traveled just as I am traveling today." "Oh, oh!" shouted the Ashangos. "Mamo, mamo!" shouted the Ishogos. "Listen, listen!" said my Commi men in English, for they all now could talk a little English. And he writes, "I did hear indeed what I will now relate from certain natives of Cyrene. Once upon a time, when they were on a visit to the oracular shrine of Ammon, when it chanced in the course of conversation with Etearchus, the Ammonian king, the talk fell upon the Nile, how that its source was unknown to all men. Etearchus upon this mentioned that some Nasamonians had come to his court, and when asked if they could give any information concerning the uninhabited parts of Libya, had told the following tale. The Nasamonians are a Libyan race who occupy the Syrtes, and a tract of no great size toward the east. They said there had grown up among them some wild young men, the sons of certain chiefs, who when they came to man's estate indulged in all manner of extravagances, and among other things drew lots for 5 of their number to go and explore the desert parts of Libya, and try if they could not penetrate farther than any had done previously. The coast of Libya along the sea, which washes it to the north throughout its entire length from Egypt to Cape Soloeis, which is its farthest point, is inhabited by Libyans of many distinct tribes, who possess the whole tract except certain portions which belong to the Phoenicians and the Greeks. Above the coastline and the country inhabited by the maritime tribes, Libya is full of wild beasts, while beyond the wild beast region there is a tract which is wholly sand and very scant of water, and utterly and entirely a desert. The young men therefore dispatched on this errand by their comrades with a plentiful supply of water and provisions, traveled at first through the inhabited region, passing which they came to the wild beast tract, whence they finally entered upon the desert, which they proceeded to cross in a direction from east to west. After journeying for many days over a wide extent of land, they came at last to a plain where they observed trees growing. Approaching them and seeing fruit on them, they proceeded to gather it. While they were thus engaged, there came upon them some dwarfish men under the middle height, who seized them and carried them off. The Nasamonians did not understand a word of their language, nor had they any acquaintance with the language of the Nasamonians. They were carried across extensive marshes, and finally came to a city in which all the men were of a height of their conductors, and dark complexioned. A great river flowed by the city, running from west to east, and containing crocodiles. Etearchus conjectured this river to be the Nile, and reason favors this idea. "Oh, oh!" shouted my Commi men, "it is no wonder that the white man forgets nothing. Chaillu, will what you write about the strange things we see be remembered in the same manner with what that man Herodotus wrote?" "I do not know," said I. "If the white people think that what we saw is worthy of preservation, it will be remembered. If not, it will be forgotten. But never mind," I said, "let us see for ourselves, and what a tale we shall have to tell to our people on our return. For what we see no other men have ever seen before us." After my story of Herodotus, the shades of evening had come, and a great Ashango dance took place. How wild, how strange the dancing was in the temple or house of the Mbuiti idol. The idol was a huge representation of a woman, and it stood at the end of the temple, which was about 50 feet in length and only 10 feet broad. The extremity of the building, where the Mbuiti was kept, was also dark, and looked weird by the light of the torches as I entered. It was painted in red, white, and black. Along the walls on each side were Ashango men seated on the ground, each having a lighted torch before him. In the center were 2 Mbuiti men, doctor, priests, dressed with fibers of trees round their waist. Each had one side of his face painted white and the other side red. Down the middle of the breast they had a broad yellow stripe, and the hollow of the eye was painted yellow. They make these different colors from different woods, the coloring matter of which they mix with clay. All the Ashangos were also streaked and daubed with various colors, and by the light of their torches they looked like a troop of devils assembled on the earth to celebrate some diabolical rite. Round their legs were bound sharp-pointed white leaves from the heart of the palm tree. Some wore feathers, others had leaves behind their ears, and all had a bundle of palm leaves in their hands. They did not stir when I came in. I told them not to stop, that I came only to look at them. They began by making all kinds of contortions, and set up a deafening howl of wild songs. There was an orchestra of instrumental performers near the idol, consisting of 3 drummers beating as hard as they could with their sticks on 2 ngomas (tam-tams), 1 harper, and another man strumming with all his might on a sounding board. The 2 Mbuyiti men danced in a most fantastic manner, jumping and twisting their bodies into all sorts of shapes and contortions. Every time the Mbuyiti men opened their mouths to speak, a dead silence ensued. Now and then the men would all come and dance round the Mbuyiti men, and then they would all face the idol, dance before it, and sing songs of praise to it. I could not stand this noise long, so I left my Ashangos to enjoy themselves, and as usual, before retiring, ordered my men to keep their watch in a proper manner. "Don't be disheartened," said the chief at Niembouai to me after my unsuccessful attempt to see the dwarfs. "I told you before that the little Obongos were as shy as the antelopes and gazelles of the woods. You have seen for yourself now that what I said was true. If you're careful when you go again to their settlement, you will probably surprise them. Only don't wait long before going again, for they may move away." Before sunrise the next morning we started again for the settlement of the little dwarfs. We were still more cautious than before in going through the jungle. This time we took another direction to reach them, lest perhaps they might be watching the path by which we had come before. After a while I thought I saw through the trunks of the trees ahead of us several little houses of the dwarfs. I kept still and immediately gave a sign to make my guides maintain silence. They obeyed me on the instant, and we lay motionless on the ground, hardly daring to breathe. There was no mistake about it. We could see, as we peeped through the trees, the houses of the dwarfs, but there seemed to be no life there, no Obongos. We kept watching for more than half an hour in breathless silence, when lo, Rebouka gave a tremendous sneeze. I looked at him. I wish you had seen his face. Another sneeze was coming, and he was trying hard to prevent it, and made all sorts of faces, but the look I gave him was enough, I suppose, and the second sneeze was suppressed. Then we got up and entered a little settlement of the dwarfs. There was not one of them there. The village had been abandoned. The leaves over the little houses were dry, and while we were looking all round, suddenly our bodies were covered with swarms of fleas, which drove us out faster than we came. It was awful, for they did bite savagely, as if they had not had anything to feed upon for a whole month. We continued to walk very carefully, and after a while we came near another settlement of the dwarfs, which was situated in the densest part of the forest. I see the huts. We crossed the little stream from which the dwarfs drew their water to drink. How careful we are as we walk toward their habitations, our bodies bent almost double in order not to be easily discovered. I am excited. Oh, I would give so much to see the dwarfs, to speak to them. How craftily we advance, how cautious we are for fear of alarming the shy inmates. My Ashango guides hold bunches of beads. I see that the beads we had hung to the trees have been taken away. All our caution was in vain. The dwarfs saw us and ran away in the woods. We rushed, but it was too late. They had gone. But as we came into the settlement, I thought I saw 3 creatures lying flat on the ground and crawling through their small doors into their houses. When we were in the very midst of the settlement, I shouted, "Is there anybody here?" No answer. The Ashango shouted, "Is there anybody here?" No answer. I said to the Ashangos, "I'm certain that I have seen some of the dwarfs go into their huts." Then they shouted again, "Is there anybody here?" The same silence. Turning toward me, my guide said, "Oguizi, your eyes have deceived you. There is no one here. They have all fled. They are afraid of you." "I am not mistaken," I answered. "I went with one Ashango toward one of the huts where I thought I had seen one of the dwarfs go inside to hide, and as I came to the little door, I shouted again, 'Is there anybody here?' No answer. The Ashango shouted, 'Is there anybody inside?' No answer. I told you, Oguizi, that they have all run away." It did seem queer to me that I should have suffered an optical delusion. I was perfectly sure that I had seen 3 dwarfs get inside of their huts. "Perhaps they have broken through the back part and have escaped," said I. So I walked round their little houses, but everything was right. Nothing had gone outside through the walls. In order to make sure, I came again to the door and shouted, "Nobody here?" The same silence. I lay flat on the ground, put my head inside of the door, and again shouted, "Nobody here?" It was so dark inside that coming from the light I could not see, so I extended my arm in order to feel if there was any one within. Sweeping my arm from left to right, at first I touched an empty bed composed of 3 sticks, then feeling carefully, I moved my arm gradually toward the right, when, hallo! What do I feel? A leg, which I immediately grabbed above the ankle, and a piercing shriek startled me. It was the leg of a human being, and that human being a dwarf. I had got hold of a dwarf. "Don't be afraid, the spirit will do you no harm," said my Ashango guide. "Don't be afraid," I said in the Ashango language, and I immediately pulled the creature I had seized by the leg through the door in the midst of great excitement among my Commi men. "A dwarf!" I shouted as the little creature came out. "A woman!" I shouted again. "A pygmy!" the little creature shrieked, looking at me. "Nchende, Nchende, Nchende," said she. "Oh, oh, oh! Yo, yo, yo!" and her piercing wail rent the air. What a sight! I had never seen the like. "What?" said I. "Now I do see the dwarfs of equatorial Africa, the dwarfs of Homer, Herodotus, the dwarfs of the ancients." How queer the little old woman looked! How frightened she was! She trembled all over. She was neither white nor black. She was of a yellow or mulatto color. "What a little head! What a little body! What a little hand! What a little foot!" I exclaimed. "Oh, what queer looking hair!" said I, bewildered. The hair grew on the head in little tufts apart from each other, and the face was as wrinkled as a baked apple. I cannot tell you how delighted I was at my discovery. So giving my little prize to one of the Ashangos, and ordering my Commi men to catch her if she tried to run away, I went to the other little dwelling where I thought I had seen another of the dwarfs hide himself. The 2 little huts stood close together. I shouted, "Nobody here?" No answer. Then I did what I had done before, and getting my head inside of the hut through the door, again shouted, "Nobody here?" No answer. I moved my right hand to see if I could feel anybody, when lo! I seized a leg, and immediately heard a shriek. I pulled another strange little dwarf out of the door. It was also a woman, not quite so old as the first, but having exactly the same appearance. The 2 dwarf women looked at each other, and began to cry and sing mournful songs, as if they expected to be killed. I said to them, "Be not frightened." Then the Ashangos called to the last dwarf who had hid to come out, that it was no use. I had seen them all. They had hardly spoken when I saw a little head peeping out of the door, and my Ashangos made the creature come out. It was a woman also, who began crying, and the trio shrieked and cried and shrieked, wringing their hands till they got tired. They thought their last day had come. "Don't be afraid," said the Ashangos. "The Oguizi is a good Oguizi." "Don't be afraid," said my Commi men. After a while they stopped crying and began to look at me more quietly. For the first time I was able to look carefully at these little dwarfs. They were yellow, their faces being exactly the same color as the chimpanzee. The palms of their hands were almost as white as those of white people. They seemed well proportioned, but their eyes had an untamable wildness that struck me at once. They had thick lips and flat noses like the negroes. Their foreheads were low and narrow, and their cheek bones prominent, and their hair, which grew in little short tufts, was black, with a reddish tinge. After a while I thought I heard a rustling in one of the little houses, so I went there, and looking inside, saw it filled with the tiniest children. They were exceedingly shy. When they saw me, they hid their heads just as young dogs or kittens would do, and got into a huddle and kept still. These were the little dwarfish children who had remained in the village under the care of the 3 women, while the dwarfs had gone into the forest to collect their evening meal. That is to say, nuts, fruits, and berries, and to see if the traps they had set had caught any game. I immediately put beads around the necks of the women, gave them a leg of wild boar and some plantains, and told them to tell their people to remain, and not to be afraid. I gave some meat to the little children, who, as soon as I showed it to them, seized it just in the same manner that Fighting Joe or Ugly Tom would have done, only instead of fighting, they ran away immediately. Very queer specimens these little children seemed to be. They were, if anything, lighter in color than the older people, and they were such little bits of things that they reminded me, I could not help it, of the chimpanzees and the Nshiego Mbubes I had captured at different times, though their heads were much larger. I waited in vain. The other inhabitants did not come back. They were afraid of me. I told the women that the next day I should return and bring them meat, for they are said to be very fond of it, and plenty of beads. After several visits to the settlement of the dwarfs, we became friends, but it took time. My great friend among them was Masunda, an old woman, the first one I had seen, and whom I pulled out of her own house. But I had some trouble before I could tame friend Masunda. One day I thought I would surprise the dwarfs and come on them unawares, without having told my friend Masunda I was coming. When I made my appearance, I just caught a glimpse of her feet as she was running into her house. That was all I saw of Masunda. At all the other huts, little branches of trees had been stuck up in front to show that the inmates were out, and that their doors were shut, and that nobody could get in. These were indeed queer doors. I had never seen the like. They were of little use, except for keeping out the dogs and wild beasts. When I went in Masunda's hut and got hold of her, she pretended to have been asleep. So after all, these little dwarfs said I know how to lie and how to deceive just as well as other people. Upon one of my visits to the village, I saw 2 other women, a man and 2 children. All the other Obongos had gone, so I made friends with them by giving them meat and beads. I saw that the women were not the mothers of the children. I looked at the doors of all the huts. They all had branches put at the entrance to signify that the owner was out. I do not know why, but I began to suspect that the mother of the children was in the settlement, and close by where they stood. I had my eyes upon one of the little houses as the one where she was hiding, so I put aside the branches at the entrance, and putting half of my body into the hut, I succeeded in discovering in the dark something which I recognized after a while as a human being. "Don't be afraid," I said. "Don't be afraid," repeated my Ashango guides. The creature was a woman. She came out with a sad countenance and began to weep. She had over her forehead a broad stripe of yellow ochre. She was a widow, and had buried her husband only a few days before. "Where is the burial ground of the dwarfs?" I asked of my Ashango guides. "Ask her," said I to them. "No, spirit," said they, "for if you ask them such a question, these dwarfs will fear you more than ever, and you will never see them any more. They will flee far away into the thickest part of the forest. We Ashango people do not know even where they bury their dead. They have no regular burial ground." "How could they?" added my guide, "for they roam in the forest like the gorilla, the Nshiego Mbube, the Kulu Kamba, and the Nshiego. I believe," said the Ashango, "that all these dwarfs have come from the same father and the same mother long, long ago." Another time I came to the village of the Obongos with 2 legs of goats, a leg of wild boar, 10 house rats which had been trapped, a large dead snake, and 2 land turtles, which I intended to give as a feast to the Obongos. Rabuka, Makandai, and Igalo were with me, and several Ashango women accompanied us. We had several bunches of plantain, for I resolved to give them a regular banquet, and we had set out to have a good time in their settlement. I had brought beads, a looking glass, some spoons, knives, forks, and one of my little Geneva musical boxes. Guns were also to be fired, for I was going to show the dwarfs what the Oguizi could do. When they saw us with food, they received us with great joy. What a queer language, I thought, these dwarfs have. There was a wild dwarf hurrah, "Ya, ye, yo, owa, owa, ki, ke, ki," when they saw the good things that were to be eaten. Nearly all the dwarfs were here. Very few of them were absent. Masunda, who was my friend, and who seemed to be less afraid of me than anybody else, stood by me and kept her eyes upon the meat. There were 59 dwarfs all told, including men, women, children, and babies. What little things the babies were! Smoke came out of every hut. Fires were lighted all round. Nuts were roasting. Berries and fruits had been collected in great abundance, and snake flesh was plentiful, for the dwarfs had been the day before on a feeding excursion. Rats and mice had also been trapped. "Obongos," said I, "we have come to have a good time. First, I am going to give to every one of you beads." Then the Ashangos brought before them a basket containing the beads, and I asked who was the chief. I could not find him, and they would not tell me. Among them were several old people. The dwarfs were now eager for beads, and surrounded me, and though I am a man of short stature, I seemed a giant in the midst of them. And as for Rabuka and Igalo, they appeared to be colossal. Ya, ya, yo, yo, yi, qui, quo, o, a, ri, ke, ki, seemed to be the only sounds they could make in their excitement. Their appearance was singular indeed, the larger number of them being of a dirty yellow color. A few of them were not more than 4 feet in height. Others were from 4 feet 2 inches to 4 feet 7 inches in height. But if they were short in size, they were stoutly built. Like chimpanzees, they had big, broad chests, and though their legs were small, they were muscular and strong. Their arms were also strong in proportion to their size. There were gray-headed men and gray-headed, wrinkled old women among them, and very hideous the old dwarfs were. Their features resembled very closely the features of a young chimpanzee. Some had gray, others hazel eyes, while the eyes of a few were black. As I have said before, their hair was not like that of the Negroes and Ashangos, among whom the dwarfs lived, but grew in little short tufts apart from each other, and the hair, after attaining a certain length, could not grow longer. These little tufts looked like so many little balls of wool. Many of the men had their chest and legs covered with these little tufts of woolly hair. The women's hair was no longer than that of the men, and it grew exactly in the same manner. I could not keep my eyes from the tiny babies. They were ridiculously small, and much lighter in color than the older people. Their mothers had a broad string of leather hanging from their shoulders to carry them in. There was great excitement among them as I distributed the beads, and they would shout, "Look at his Djivi nose, look at his Muna mouth, look at his Diaru head, look at his Nchuie hair, look at his Mishu beard." And in spite of my big mustache, they would shout, "Is he a Bangla Ogwizi man spirit, or an Ogwizi Mokasho woman spirit?" Some declared that I was a Mokasho, others that I was a Bagala. I did not forget my friend Masunda. After I had given them beads, I took out a large looking glass, which I had hidden, and put it in front of them. Immediately they trembled with fright, and said, "Spirit, don't kill us," and turned their heads from the looking glass. Then the musical box was shown, and when I had set it playing, the dwarfs lay down on the ground, frightened by the brilliant, sparkling music of the mechanism, and by turns looked at me and at the box. Some of them ran away into their little huts. After their fears were allayed, I showed them a string of 6 little bells, which I shook, whereat their little eyes brightened, and their joy was unbounded when I gave them the bells. One, of course, was for friend Masunda, who hung it by a cord to her waist, and shook her body in order to make it ring. After this, I ordered Igalo to bring me the meat, and taking from my sheath my big, bright, sharp hunting knife, I cut it and distributed it among the dwarfs. Then I gave them the plantains, and told them to eat. I wish you had seen the twisting of their mouths. It would have made you laugh. Immediately the little dwarfs scattered round their fires and roasted the food I had given them, and it was no sooner cooked than it was eaten. They seemed to be so fond of flesh. When they had finished eating, the Obongos seemed more sociable than I had ever seen them before. I seated myself on a dead limb of a tree, and they came round me and asked me to talk to them as the spirits talk. So I took my journal and read to them in English and what I had written the day before. After speaking to them in the language of the Ogwizis, I said, "Now talk to me in the language of the dwarfs," and pointing to my fingers, I gave them to understand that I wanted to know how they counted. So a dwarf, taking hold of his hand, and then one finger after another, counted 1 moi, 2 bay, 3 matato, 4 digit mabongo, 5 digio, 6 samuna, 7 nichima, 8 nisamuna, 9 nchamuma, 10 mabota, and then raised his hands, intimating that he could not count beyond 10. One of them asked me if I lived in the Sungui moon, then another if I lived in a Nietzsche star, another if I had been long in the forest, did I make the fine things I gave them during the night. Now, Obongos, I said to them, I want you to sing and to dance the dwarf dance for me. An old dwarf went out and took out of his hut a ngoma, tam-tam, and began to beat it. Then the people struck up a chant, and what queer singing it was, what shrill voices they had. After a while they got excited and began to dance, all the while gesticulating wildly, leaping up and kicking backwards and forwards and shaking their heads. Then I fired 2 guns, the noise of which seemed to stun them and fill them with fear. I gave them to understand that when I saw an elephant, a leopard, a gorilla, or any living thing, by making that noise, I could kill them, and to show them I could do it, I brought down a bird perched on a high tree near their settlement. How astonished they seemed to be! After all, I said to myself, though low in the scale of intelligence, like their more civilized fellow men, these little creatures can dance and sing. Now, Obongos, that you have asked me about the Oguizis, I said to them, tell me about yourselves. Why do you not build villages as other people do? Oh, said they, we do not build villages, for we never like to remain long in the same place, for if we did, we should soon starve. When we have gathered all the fruits, nuts, and berries around the place where we have been living for a time, and trapped all the game there is in the region, and food is becoming scarce, we move off to some other part of the forest. We love to move. We hate to tarry long at the same spot. We love to be free like the antelopes and gazelles. Why don't you plant for food as other people do? I asked them. Why should we work, said they, when there are plenty of fruits, berries, and nuts around us? When there is game in the woods and fish in the rivers and snakes, rats, and mice are plentiful. We love the berries, the nuts, and the fruits which grow wild much better than the fruits the big people raise on their plantations. And if we had villages, they said, the strong and tall people who live in the country might come and make war upon us, kill us, and capture us. They do not desire to kill you, I said to them. See how friendly they are with you. When you trap much game, you exchange it for plantains with them. Why don't you wear clothing? Why, said they, the fire is our means of keeping warm, and then the big people give us their grass cloth when they have done wearing it. Why don't you work iron and make spears and battle axes, so that you might be able to defend yourselves and be not afraid of war? We do not know how to work iron. It takes too much time. It is too hard work. We can make bows, and we make arrows with hard wood and can poison them. We know how to make traps to trap game, and we trap game in far greater number than we can kill it when we go hunting, and we love to go hunting. Why don't you make bigger cabins? We do not want to make bigger cabins. It would be too much trouble, and we do not know how. These are good enough for us. They keep the rain from us, and we build them so rapidly. Don't the leopards sometimes come and eat some of you? Yes, they do, they exclaim. Then we move off far away, several days' journey from where the leopards have come to eat some of us, and often we make traps to catch them. We hate the leopards, the Obongos shouted with one voice. How do you make your fires? Tell me. And I could not help thinking that however wild a man was, even though he might be apparently little above the chimpanzee, he had always a fire and knew how to make it. They showed me flint stones and a species of oakum coming from the palm tree, and said they knocked these stones against each other, and the sparks gave them fire. Then, to astonish them, I took a match from my match box and lighted it. As soon as they saw the flame, a wild shout rang through the settlement. Obongos, tell me, said I, how you get your wives, for your settlements are far apart, and you have no paths leading through the forest from one to another. You never know how far the next settlement of the dwarfs may be from yours. It is true, said they, that sometimes we do not know where the next encampment of the Obongos may be, and we do not wish to know, for sometimes we fight among ourselves, and if we lived near together we should become too numerous, and find it difficult to procure berries and game. Our people never leave one settlement for another. Generation after generation we have lived among ourselves and married among ourselves. It is but seldom we permit a stranger from another Obongo settlement to come among us. How far, said I, pointing to the east, do you meet Obongos? Far, far away, they answered, toward where the sun rises. Obongos are found scattered in the great forest. We love the woods, for there we live, and if we were to live anywhere else we should starve. As you wander through the forest, I asked, don't you sometimes come to prairies? Yes, said they, and here an old Obongo addressed himself to my Ashango interpreter. When I was a boy, We had our settlement for a long time in the forest not far from a big prairie, and farther off there was a big river. Since then, said the old Obongo, as we moved, we have turned our backs upon where the sun rises and marched in the direction where the sun sets, which meant that they had been migrating from the east toward the west. As the time of our departure from Niembouai had arrived, I said to the dwarfs that I must bid them good-bye, for I was going away toward where the sun rises. Now you see, said I, you have always been afraid of me. Tell me, have I done harm to any one of you? No, no, they exclaimed. No, no, said my friend Misunda. So I shook hands with them, and they said to me in parting, you will see more little dwarfs in the countries where you are going. Be kind to them as you have been to us. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain. Section 74 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 74, Crossing an African Bridge, about 1868, by Paul du Chaillu. Toward noon we approached the Ovigui River, a mountain torrent, which had now swollen into a river, and before reaching its natural banks we had to pass through a swamp in the forest for half an hour. The torrent had overflowed, and its waters were running swiftly down among the trees. I began to wonder how we were to cross the bridge. The Ashiras had been speaking of that bridge, and in fact we had delayed our start 2 or 3 days because they said the waters were too high. At last we came to a spot where the ground was dry, and a little way farther I could see the swift waters of the Ovigui gliding down with great speed through the forest. I saw at once that even an expert swimmer would be helpless here, and would be dashed to pieces against the fallen trees which jutted out in every direction. Not being a very good swimmer, I did not enjoy the sight. There was one consolation: no crocodile could stand this current, and these pleasant gentlemen had therefore retired to parts unknown. I wanted all the time to get a glimpse of the bridge, but had not succeeded in doing so. I called Mincho, who pointed out to me a queer structure which he called the bridge. It was nothing but a creeper stretched from one side to the other. Then Mincho told me that some years before the bed of the river was not where we stood, but some 100 yards over the other side. This, he said, is one of the tricks of the Ovigui. I found that several other of these mountain streams have the same trick. Of course, Mincho said that there was a Murari, a spirit, who took the river and changed its course, for nothing else could do it but a spirit. The deep channel of the Ovigui seemed to me about 30 yards wide. Now in this new bed stood certain trees which native ingenuity saw could be used as piers for a bridge. At this point in the stream there were 2 trees opposite each other, and about 7 or 8 yards distant from each shore. Other trees on the banks were so cut as to fall upon these, which might have been called the piers, so a gap had been filled on each side. It now remained to unite the still open space in the center between the 2 piers, and here came the tug. Unable to transport heavy pieces of timber, they had thrown across this chasm a long, slender, bending limb, which they fastened securely to the piers. Of course, no one could walk on this without assistance, so a couple of strong vines, lianas, had been strung across for balustrades. These were about 3 or 4 feet above the bridge and about 1 foot higher up the stream. I could barely see the vine, and my heart failed me as I stood looking at this breakneck or drowning concern. To add to the pleasurable excitement, Mincho told me that, on a bridge below, 6 people had been drowned the year before by tumbling into the river. They were careless in crossing, added Mincho, or some person had bewitched them. The waters of the Ovigui ran down so fast that looking at them for any length of time made my head dizzy. I was in a pretty fix. I could certainly not back out. I preferred to run the risk of being drowned rather than to show these Ashira I was afraid, and to tell them that we had better go back. I think I should never have dared to look them in the face afterward. The whole country would have known that I had been afraid. The Oguizi would have then been nowhere. A coward I should have been called by the savages. Rather die, I thought, than to have such a reputation. I am sure all the boys who read this book would have had the same feelings, and that girls could never look at a boy who is not possessed of courage. The party had got ready and put their loads as high on their backs as they could, and in such a manner that these loads should slip into the river if an accident were to happen. The crossing began, and I watched them carefully. They did not look straight across, but faced the current, which was tremendous. The water reached to their waists, and the current was so swift that their bodies could not remain erect, but were bent in two. They held on to the creeper and advanced slowly sideways, never raising their feet from the bridge, for if they had done otherwise the current would have carried them off the structure. One of the men slipped when midway, but luckily recovered himself. He dropped his load, among the articles in which were 2 pairs of shoes, but he held on to the rope and finished the journey by crossing one arm over the other. It was a curious sight. We shouted, "Hold on fast to the rope, hold on fast." The noise and shouting we did was enough to make one deaf. Another, carrying one of my guns, so narrowly escaped falling as to drop that, which was also swept off and lost. Meantime, I wondered if I should follow in the wake of my shoes and gun. At any rate, I was bound to show the Ashira that I was not afraid to cross the bridge, even, as I have said, at the risk of being drowned. It would have been a pretty thing to have these people believe that I was susceptible of fear. The next thing would have been that I should have been plundered, then murdered. These fellows had a great advantage over me. Their garments did not trouble them. At last all were across but Minsho, Aduma, and myself. I had stripped to my shirt and trousers and set out on my trial, followed by Minsho, who had a vague idea that if I slipped he might catch me. Aduma went ahead. Before reaching the bridge I had to wade in the muddy water. Then I went upon it and marched slowly against the tide, never raising my feet, till at last I came to the tree. There the current was tremendous. I thought it would carry my legs off the bridge, which was now 3 feet under the water. I felt the water beating against my legs and waist. I advanced carefully, feeling my way and slipping my feet along without raising them. The current was so strong that my arms were extended to their utmost length, and the water, as it struck against my body, bent it. The water was really cold, but despite of that, perspiration fell from my face. I was so excited. I managed to drag myself to the other side, holding fast to the creeper, having made up my mind never to let go as long as I should have strength to hold on. Should my feet give way, I intended to do like the other man, and get over by crossing one arm over the other. At last, weak and pale with excitement, but outwardly calm, I reached the other side, vowing that I would never try such navigation again. I would rather have faced several gorillas, lions, elephants, and leopards than cross the Ovigui bridge. Putting ourselves in walking order again, we plunged into the great forest, which was full of ebony, barwood, India rubber, and other strange trees. About 2 miles from the Ovigui we reached a little prairie, some miles long and a few hundred yards wide, which the natives called Adjolo. It seemed like a little island encased in that great sea of trees. What a nice little spot it would have been to build a camp under some of the tall, long spread branches of trees which bordered it. But there was no time for camping. There were to be no stops during the daytime till we reached the Apingi country. A few miles after leaving the Adjolo prairie, we came to a steep hill called Mount Okanku. As we ascended, we had to lay hold of the branches in order to help ourselves in the ascent, and we had to stop several times in order to get our breath. We finally reached a plateau from which we could see Nkumu Nabuali mountains. Then we surmounted the other hills with intervening plains and valleys, all covered with dense forest, and at last found ourselves on the banks of a most beautiful little purling mountain brook, which skirted the base of our last hill. This nice little stream was called the Alumi, or Olumi. Here we lit our fires, built shelters, and camped for the night, all feeling perfectly tired out, and I, for one, thankful for the nice camp we had succeeded in building, for I needed a good night's rest. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 75 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 75. Consulting the Man in the Moon, about 1868, by Paul du Chaillu. The people declared they must find some means of ascertaining the cause of the king's sufferings. King Giza had sent word himself that his people might try to find out from Ilogo why he was sick, and what he must do for his recovery. Ilogo is believed by the people to be a spirit living in the moon, a mighty spirit who looks down upon the inhabitants of the earth, a spirit to whom the black man can talk. Yes, they said, Ilogo's face can be seen. Look at it. Then they pointed out to me the spots on the moon which we can see with our naked eye. These spots were the indistinct features of the spirit. One fine evening, at full moon, for to consult Ilogo the moon must be full, or nearly so, the women of the village assembled in front of the king's house. Clustered close together, and seated on the ground, with their faces turned toward the moon, they sang songs. They were surrounded by the men of the village. I shall not soon forget that wild scene. The sky was clear and beautiful. The moon shone in its brightness, eclipsing by its light that of the stars, except those of the first magnitude. The air was calm and serene, and the shadows of the tall trees upon the earth appeared like queer phantoms. The songs of the women were too, and in praise of Ilogo, the spirit that lived in Ughelli, the moon. Presently a woman seated herself in the center of the circle of singers and began a solo, gazing steadfastly at the moon, the people every now and then singing in chorus with her. She was to be inspired by the spirit Ilogo to utter prophecies. At last she gave up singing, for she could not get into a trance. Then another woman took her place, in the midst of the most vociferous singing that could be done by human lips. After a while the second woman gave place to a third, a little woman, wiry and nervous. She seated herself like the others, and looked steadily at the moon, crying out that she could see Ilogo, and then the singing redoubled in fury. The excitement of the people had at that time become very great. The drums beat furiously, the drummers using all their strength until covered with perspiration. The outsiders shouted madly, and seemed to be almost out of their senses, for their faces were wrinkled in nervous excitement, their eyes perfectly wild, and the contortions they made with their bodies indescribable. The excitement was now intense, and the noise horrible. The songs to Ilogo were not for a moment discontinued, but the pitch of their voices was so great and so hoarse, the words at last seemed to come with difficulty. The medium, the women, and the men all sang with one accord. Ilogo, we ask thee, tell who has bewitched the king. Ilogo, we ask thee, what shall we do to cure the king? The forests are thine, Ilogo. The rivers are thine, Ilogo. The moon is thine. O moon, O moon, O moon, thou art the home of Ilogo. Shall the king die, O Ilogo, O Ilogo, O moon, O moon? These words were repeated over and over, the people getting more terribly excited as they went on. The woman who was the medium, and who had been singing violently, looked toward the moon, and began to tremble. Her nerves twitched, her face was contorted, her muscles swelled, and at last her limbs straightened out. At this time the wildest of all wild excitement possessed the people. I myself looked on with intense curiosity. She fell on her back on the ground, insensible, her face turned up to the moon. She looked as if she had died in a fit. The song to Ilogo continued with more noise than ever, But at last comparative quiet followed, compelled, I believe, by sheer exhaustion from excitement, where the people were all gazing intently on the woman's face. I shall not forget that scene by moonlight, nor the corpse-like face of that woman, so still and calm. How wild it all looked! The woman, who lay apparently dead before the savages, was expected at this time to see things in the world of Ilogo, that is to say, the moon, to see the great spirit Ilogo himself, and, as she lay insensible, she was supposed to be holding intercourse with him. Then, after she had conversed with the great spirit Ilogo, she would awake, and tell the people all she saw, and all that Ilogo had said to her. For my part, I thought she really was dead. I approached her, and touched her pulse. It was weak, but there was life. After about half an hour of insensibility, she came to her senses, but she was much prostrated. She seated herself without rising, looking round as if stupefied. She remained quite silent for a while, and then began to speak. "I have seen Ilogo. I have spoken to Ilogo. Ilogo has told me that Kingiza, our king, shall not die, that Kingiza is going to live a long time, that Kingiza was not bewitched, and that a remedy prepared from such a plant, I forget the name, would cure him. Then," she added, "I went to sleep, and when I awoke, Ilogo was gone, and now I find myself in the midst of you." The people then quietly separated, as by that time it was late, and all retired to their huts, I myself going to mine, thinking of the wild scene I had just witnessed, and feeling that, the longer I remained in that strange country, the more strange the customs of the people appeared to me. Soon all became silent, and nothing but the barking of the watchful little native dogs broke the stillness of the night. The moon continued to shine over that village, the inhabitants of which had run so wild with superstition. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 76 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, read for LibriVox.org. Du Chaillu the First, King of the Apingi, about 1868, by Paul du Chaillu. The village was crowded with strangers once more. All the chiefs of the tribe had arrived. What did it all mean? They had the wildest notions regarding me. I was the most wonderful of creatures, a mighty spirit. I could work wonders, turn wood into iron, leaves of trees into cloth, earth into beads, the waters of the Rembo Apingi into palm wine or plantain wine. I could make fire, the matches I lighted being proof of it. What had that immense crowd come for? They had met to make me their king. A kendo, the insignia of chieftainship here, had been procured from the Shimba people, from whose country the kendo comes. The drums beat early this morning. It seemed as if a fete day was coming, for every one appeared joyous. I was quite unprepared for the ceremony that was to take place, for I knew nothing about it. No one had breathed a word concerning it to me. When the hour arrived, I was called out of my hut. Wild shouts rang through the air as I made my appearance. Yo, yo, yo! The chiefs of the tribe, headed by Ramanji, advanced toward me in line, each chief being armed with a spear, the heads of which they held pointed at me. In rear of the chiefs were hundreds of Apingi warriors, also armed with spears. Were they to spear me? They stopped while the drummers beat their tam-tams furiously. Then Ramanji, holding a kendo in his hand, came forward in the midst of the greatest excitement and wild shouts of, "The Ogwizi is to be made our king! The Ogwizi is to be made our king!" When Ramanji stood about a yard from me, a dead silence took place. The king advanced another step, and then with his right hand put the kendo on my left shoulder, saying, "You are the spirit whom we have never seen before. We are but poor people when we see you. You are one of those of whom we have heard, who came from nobody knows where, and whom we never expected to see. You are our king. We make you our king. Stay with us always, for we love you." Whereupon shouts as wild as the country around came from the multitude. They shouted, "Spirit, we do not want you to go away. We want you for ever." Immense quantities of palm wine contained in calabashes were drunk, and a general jollification took place in the orthodox fashion of a coronation. From that day, therefore, I may call myself du Chaillu, the first king of the Apingi. Just fancy, I am an African king. Of all the wild castles I ever built when I was a boy, I never dreamed that I should one day be made king over a wild tribe of Negroes dwelling in the mountains of equatorial Africa. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 77 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Read for LibriVox.org. South Africa. Historical note. The Transvaal was settled chiefly by the Dutch. Their descendants are known as Boers, or farmers. They came at first to Cape Colony. In the Napoleonic Wars, Cape Colony fell into the hands of the English. The Boers were not pleased with British rule and made the grand trek, first to Natal, then to the Orange Free State, then still farther into the wilderness, to the Transvaal or across the Vaal. For a quarter of a century there was peace, but in 1877 some of the people of the Transvaal asked England for help in their wars against the natives. Thereupon England planted her flag in the Transvaal. The Boers rebelled, and in several battles the British were defeated, noticeably at Majuba Hill, where they met with a terrible slaughter. The Boer Republic was restored, but England retained all control in foreign affairs. Before this time, both gold and diamonds had been discovered in this region, and foreign miners and traders flocked into the country. Soon, these foreigners greatly outnumbered the Dutchmen. The Boers were not pleased. They laid heavy taxes upon the unwelcome outlanders, and refused them political rights. The mutual dissatisfaction resulted in war. England sent larger armies than she had ever before put into the field. But it was not until 1902 that after 3 years of most determined warfare, the little republic was subdued. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 78 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, read for LibriVox.org by phone. The Lost Trek by Sir John Everett Millais, English painter, 1829 to 1896. Painting, page 436. This picture symbolizes the indomitable pioneer spirit of the Anglo-Saxon race, the spirit that has driven them forth to conquer the waste places of the world and has given England a chain of territorial possessions encircling the earth. An Englishman has ventured into the great upland plain of South Africa, a region given over, until recently, to savages and wild beasts. He had set out to find a home in the wilderness, but has been overtaken on the way by sickness, and has lain down on a lonely veldt to die. Friends and family are far away, but 2 natives, his sole companions, sit beside him, waiting patiently for the end. The life's journey of this pioneer is over, but others are ready to step forward and take his place in the vanguard of civilization. Such were the men that conquered and cleared the land, opened up its great mineral wealth, and turned the African wilderness into a prosperous English commonwealth. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 3. Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 79. The Diamond Fields of South Africa. About 1870. By Anthony Trollope. The first known finding of a diamond in South Africa was as recent as 1867, and this diamond was found by accident, and could not for a time obtain any credence. It is first known to have been seen at the house of a Dutch farmer named Jacobs, in the northern limits of the Cape Colony, and south of the Orange River. It had probably been brought from the bed of the stream or from the other side of the river. The other side would be in Griqualand West, the land of diamonds. As far as I can learn, there is no idea that diamonds have been deposited by nature in the soil of the Cape Colony proper. At Jacobs's house it was seen in the hands of one of the children by another Boer named Van Niekerk, who, observing that it was brighter and also heavier than other stones, and thinking it to be too valuable for a plaything, offered to buy it. But the child's mother would not sell such a trifle, and gave it to Van Niekerk. From Van Niekerk it was passed on to one O'Reilly, who seems to have been the first to imagine it to be a diamond. He took it to Cape Town, where he could get no faith for his stone, and thence back to Collisburg, on the northern extremity of the colony, where it was again encountered with ridicule. But it became matter of discussion, and was at last sent to Dr. Atherstone of Grahamstown, who was known to be a geologist and a man of science. He surprised the world of South Africa by declaring the stone to be an undoubted diamond. It weighed over 21 carats and was sold to Sir P. Woodhouse, the then governor of the colony, for £500. In 1868 and 1869 various diamonds were found, and the search for them was no doubt instigated by Van Niekerk's and O'Reilly's success. But nothing great was done, nor did the belief prevail that South Africa was a country richer in precious stones than any other region yet discovered. Those which were brought to light during these 2 years may, I believe, yet be numbered, and no general belief had been created. But some searching by individuals was continued. The same Van Niekerk, who had received the first diamond from the child, not unnaturally had his imagination fired by his success. Either in 1868 or 1869 he heard of a large stone, which was then in the hands of a Kaffir witch-doctor, from whom he succeeded in buying it, giving for it, as the story goes, all his sheep and all his horses. But the purchase was a good one, for a Dutchman's flocks are not often very numerous or very valuable, and he sold the diamond to merchants in the neighborhood for £11,200. It weighed 83 carats, and is said to be perfect in all its appointments as to water, shape, and whiteness. It became known among diamonds and was christened the Star of South Africa. After a lawsuit during which an interdict was pronounced, forbidding its exportation or sale, it made its way to the establishment of Messrs. Hunt and Roskill, from whom it was purchased for the delight of a lovely British countess. Even then the question whether this part of South Africa was diamondiferous had not been settled to the satisfaction of persons who concerned themselves in the produce and distribution of diamonds. There seems to have been almost an anti-South African party in the diamond market, as though it was too much to expect that from a spot so insignificant as this corner of the Orange and Vaal rivers should be found a rival to the time-honored glories of Brazil and India. It was too good to believe, or to some perhaps too bad, that there should suddenly come a plethora of diamonds from among the Hottentots. It was in 1870 that the question seems to have got itself so settled that some portion of the speculative energy of the world was enabled to fix itself on the new diamond fields. In that year various white men set themselves seriously to work in searching the banks of the Vaal up and down between Hebron and Klipdrift, or Barkley as it is now called, and many small parcels of stones were brought from natives who had been instigated to search by what they had already heard. The operations of those times are now called the river diggings, in distinction to the dry diggings, which are works of much greater magnitude carried on in a much more scientific manner away from the river, and which certainly are in all respects dry enough. But at first the searchers confined themselves chiefly to the river bed, and to the small confluence of the river, scraping up into their mining cradles the shingles and dirt they had collected, and shaking and washing away the grit and mud, till they could see by turning the remaining stones over with a bit of slate on a board, whether fortune had sent on that morning a peculiar sparkle among the lot. I was taken up to Berkeley on a picnic, as people say, and a very nice picnic it was, one of the pleasantest days I had in South Africa. The object was to show me the Vaal River, and the little town which had been the capital of the diamond country before the grand discovery at Colesberg Kabah had made the town of Kimberley. There is nothing peculiar about Berkeley as a South African town, except that it is already half deserted. There may be, perhaps, a score of houses there, most of which are much better built than those at Kimberley. They are made of rough stone, or of mud and whitewash, and, if I do not mistake, one of them had 2 stories. There was a hotel, quite full, although the place is deserted, and clustering round it were 6 or 7 idle gentlemen, all of whom were or had been connected with diamonds. I am often struck by the amount of idleness which persons can allow themselves whose occupations have diverged from the common work of the world. When at Berkeley we got ourselves and our provisions into a boat, so that we might have our picnic properly, under the trees at the other side of the river, for opposite to Berkeley is to be found the luxury of trees. As we were rowed down the river, we saw a white man with 2 Kaffirs poking about his stones and gravel on a miner's rickety table under a little tent on the beach. He was a digger who had still clung to the river business, a Frenchman who had come to try his luck there a few days since. On the Monday previous, we were told, he had found a 13-carat white stone without a flaw. This would be enough, perhaps, to keep him going and almost to satisfy him for a month. Had he missed that one stone, he would probably have left the place after a week. Now he would go on through days and days without finding another sparkle. I can conceive no occupation on earth more dreary, hardly any more demoralizing, than this of perpetually turning over dirt in quest of a peculiar little stone which may turn up once a week or may not. I could not think, as I watched the man, of the comparative nobility of the work of a shoemaker who by every pull at his thread is helping to keep some person's foot dry. After dinner we walked along the bank, and found another river digger, though this man's claims might perhaps be removed a couple of 100 yards from the water. He was an Englishman, and we stood awhile and talked to him. He had 1 Kaffir with him, to whom he paid 7 shillings a week and his food, and he had found 1 or more stones which he showed us, just enough to make the place tenable. He had got upon an old digging which he was clearing out lower. He had, however, in one place reached the hard stone at the bottom, in or below which there could be no diamonds. There was, however, a certain quantity of diamondiferous matter left, and as he had already found stones, he thought that it might pay him to work through the remainder. He was a most good-humoured, well-mannered man, with a pleasant fund of humour. When I asked him of his fortune generally at the diggings, he told us, among other things, that he had broken his shoulder bone at the diggings, which he displayed to us in order that we might see how badly the surgeon had used him. He had no pain to complain of, or weakness, but his shoulder had not been made beautiful. "And who did it?" said the gentleman who was our amphitryon at the picnic, and is himself one of the leading practitioners of the fields. "I think it was one Dr. —," said the digger, naming our friend, whom no doubt he knew. I need not say that the doctor loudly disclaimed ever having had previous acquaintance with the shoulder. The Kaffir was washing the dirt in a rough cradle, separating the stones from the dust, and the owner, as each sieveful was brought to him, threw out the stones on his table, and sorted through them with the eternal bit of slate or iron formed into the shape of a trowel. For the chance of a sieveful, one of our party offered him 1/2 crown, which he took. I was glad to see it all inspected without a diamond, as had there been anything good, the poor fellow's disappointment must have been great. That 1/2 crown was probably all that he would earn during the week, all that he would earn perhaps for a month. Then there might come 3 or 4 stones in one day. I should think that the tedious despair of the vacant days could hardly be compensated by the triumph of the lucky minute. These river diggers have this in their favor, that the stones found near the river are more likely to be white and pure than those which are extracted from the mines. The Vaal itself in the neighborhood of Berkeley is pretty, with rocks in its bed and islands and trees on its banks. But the country around, and from thence to Kimberley, which is 24 miles distant, is as ugly as flatness, barrenness, and sand together can make the face of the earth. The commencement of diamond digging as a settled industry was in 1872. It was then that dry digging was commenced, which consists of the regulated removal of ground found to be diamondiferous and of the washing and examination of every fraction of the soil. The district, which we as yet know to be so specially gifted, extends up and down the Vaal River from the confluence of the Modder to Hebron, about 75 miles, and includes a small district on the east side of the river. Here, within 12 miles of the river, and within a circle, of which the diameter is about 2½ miles, are contained all the mines, or dry diggings, from which have come the real wealth of the country. I should have said that the most precious diamond yet produced, one of 288 carats, was found close to the river about 12 miles from Berkeley. This prize was made in 1872. It is of the dry diggings that the future student of the diamond fields of South Africa will have to take chief account. The river diggings were only the prospecting work which led up to the real mining operations, as the washing of the gullies in Australia led to the crushing of quartz and to the sinking of deep mines in search of alluvial gold. Of these dry diggings there are now 4: Du Toit's Pan, Bulfontein, Old De Beers, and Colosberg Kopje, or the Great Kimberley Mine, which though last in the field has thrown all the other diamond mines into the shade. The first working at the 3 first of these was so nearly simultaneous that they may almost be said to have been commenced at once. I believe, however, that they were in fact opened in the order I have given. Bulfontein's and Du Toit's Pan were on 2 separate Boer farms, of which the former was bought first, as early as 1869, by a firm who had even then had dealings in diamonds, and who no doubt purchased the land with reference to diamonds. Here some few stones were picked from the surface, but the affair was not thought to be hopeful. The diamond searchers still believed that the river was the place, but the Dutch farmer at Du Toit's Pan, one Van Wyk, finding that precious stones were found on his neighbors' land, let out mining licenses on his own land, binding the miners to give him 1/4 of the value of what they found. This, however, did not answer, and the miners resolved to pay some small monthly sum for a license, or to jump the 2 farms together. Now, jumping in South African language means open stealing. A man jumps a thing when he takes what does not belong to him, with the tacit declaration that might makes right. Appeal was then made to the authorities of the Orange Free State for protection, and something was done. But the diggers were too strong, and the proprietors of the farms were obliged to throw open their lands to the miners on the terms which the men dictated. The English came, at the end of 1871, just as the system of dry digging had formed itself at these 2 mines, and from that time to this, Du Toit's Pan and Bulfontein have been worked as regular diamond mines. I did not find them especially interesting to a visitor. Each of them is about 2 miles distant from Kimberley town, and the center of the one can hardly be more than a mile distant from the center of the other. They are under the inspection of the same government officer, and might be supposed to be part of one and the same enterprise, were it not that there is a mining board at Du Toit's Pan, whereas the shareholders at Bulfontein have abstained from troubling themselves with such an apparatus. They trust the adjustment of any disputes which may arise to the discretion of the government inspector. At each place there is a little village, very melancholy to look at, consisting of hotels or drinking bars, and the small shops of the diamond dealers. Everything is made of corrugated iron, and the whole is very mean to the eye. There had been no rain for some months when I was there, and as I rode into Du Toit's Pan, the thermometer showed over 90 degrees in the shade, and over 150 degrees in the sun. While I was at Kimberley it rose to 96 degrees and 161 degrees. There is not a blade of grass in the place, and I seemed to breathe dust rather than air. At both these places there seemed to be a mighty maze, in which they differ altogether from the Kimberley mine, which I will attempt to describe presently. Out of the dry dusty ground, which looked so parched and ugly that one was driven to think that it had never yet rained in those parts, were dug in all directions pits and walls and roadways, from which and by means of which the dry dusty soil is taken out to some place where it is washed and the debris examined. Carts are going hither and thither, each with a couple of horses, and Kafirs above and below, not very much above or very much below, are working for 10 shillings a week and their diet, without any feature of interest. What is done at Du Toit's Pan is again done at Bultfontein. At Du Toit's Pan there are 1,441 mining claims, which are possessed by 214 claim holders. The area within the reef, that is, within the wall of rocky and earthy matter, containing the diamondiferous soil, is 31 acres. This gives a revenue to the Griqualand government of something over £2,000 for every 3 months. About 1,700 Kafirs are employed in the mine, and on the stuff taken out of it at wages of 10 shillings a week, and their diet, which, at the exceptionally high price of provisions prevailing when I was in the country, costs about 10 shillings a week more. The wages paid to white men can hardly be estimated, as they are only employed in what I may call superintending work. They may perhaps be given as ranging from £3 to £6 a week. The interesting feature in the labor question is the Kafir. This black man, whose body is only partially and most grotesquely clad, and who is what we mean when we speak of a savage, earns more than the average rural laborer in England. Over and beyond his board and lodging, he carries away with him every Saturday night 10 shillings a week in hard money, with which he has nothing to do but to amuse himself, if it so pleases him. At Bultfontein there are 1,026 claims belonging to 153 claim holders. The area producing diamonds is 22 acres. The revenue derived is £6,000 a year, more or less. About 1,300 Kafirs are employed under circumstances as given above. The 2 diggings have been and are still successful, though they have never reached the honor and glory and wealth and grandeur achieved by that most remarkable spot on the earth's surface called the Kolsberg Kopje, the New Rush, or the Kimberley mine. I did not myself make any special visits to the old De Beers mine. De Beers was the farmer who possessed the lands called Worsweet, of the purchase of which I have already spoken, and he himself with his sons for a while occupied himself in the business, but he soon found it expedient to sell his land, the old De Beers mine being then established. As the sale was progressing, a lady on the top of a little hill called the Kolsberg Kopje poked up a diamond with her parasol. Dr. Atherstone, who had visited the locality, had previously said that if new diamond ground was found, it would probably be on this spot. In September 1872, the territory of Griqualand West became a British colony, and at the time miners from the whole district were congregating themselves at the hill, and that which was at once called the New Rush was established. In Australia, where gold was found here or there, the miners would hurry off to the spot, and the place would be called this or that rush. The New Rush, the Kolsberg Kopje, pronounced copy, and the Kimberley mine are one in the same place. It is now within the town of Kimberley, which has in fact got itself built around the hill to supply the wants of the mining population. Kimberley has, in this way, become the capital and seat of government for the province. As the mine is one of the most remarkable spots on the face of the earth, I will endeavour to explain it with some minuteness. The Kolsberg Hill is in fact hardly a hill at all. What little summit may once have entitled it to the name having been cut off. On reaching the spot by one of the streets from the square, you see no hill, but are called upon to rise over a mound, which is circular and looks to be no more than the debris of the mine, though it is in fact the remainder of the slight natural ascent. It is but a few feet high, and on getting to the top you look down into a huge hole. This is the Kimberley mine. you immediately feel that it is the largest and most complete hole ever made by human agency. At Dutoit's Pan and Bultfontein, the works are scattered. Here everything is so gathered together and collected that it is not at first easy to understand that the whole should contain the operations of a large number of separate speculators. It is so completely one that you are driven at first to think that it must be the property of one firm, or at any rate be entrusted to the management of one director. It is very far from being so. In the pit beneath your feet, hard as it is at first to your imagination to separate it into various enterprises, the persons making or marring their fortunes have as little connection with each other as have the different banking firms in Lombard Street. There, too, the neighborhood is very close, and common precautions have to be taken as to roadway, fires, and general convenience. You are told that the pit has a surface area of 9 acres, but for your purposes, as you will care little for diamondiferous or non-diamondiferous soil, the aperture really occupies 12 acres. The slope of the reef around the diamond soil has forced itself back over an increased surface as the mine has become deeper. The diamond claims over 9 acres. You stand upon the marge, and there, suddenly, beneath your feet lies the entirety of the Kimberley mine, so open, so manifest, and so uncovered, that if your eyes were good enough, you might examine the separate operations of each of the 3,000 or 4,000 human beings who are at work there. It looks to be so steep down that there can be no way to the bottom other than the aerial contrivances, which I will presently endeavor to explain. It is as though you were looking into a vast bowl, the sides of which are smooth as should be the sides of a bowl, while round the bottom are various marvelous incrustations, among which ants are working with all the usual energy of the ant tribe. And these incrustations are not simply at the bottom, but come up the curves and slopes of the bowl irregularly, halfway up, perhaps, in one place, while on another side they are confined quite to the lower deep. The pit is 230 feet deep, nearly circular, though after a while the eye becomes aware of the fact that it is oblong. At the top the diameter is about 300 yards, of which 250 cover what is technically called blue, meaning diamondiferous soil. Near the surface, and for some way down, the sides are light brown, and as blue is the recognized diamond color, you will at first suppose that no diamonds were found near the surface. But the light brown has been in all respects the same as the blue, the color of the soil to a certain depth having been affected by a mixture of iron. Below this everything is blue, all the constructions in the pit having been made out of some blue matter, which at first sight would seem to have been carried down for the purpose. But there are other colors on the wall, which give a peculiar picturesqueness to the mines. The top edge, as you look at it with your back to the setting sun, is red with the gravel of the upper reef, while below, in places, the beating of the rain and running of water has produced peculiar hues, all of which are a delight to the eye. As you stand at the edge, you will find large, high-raised boxes at your right hand and at your left, and you will see all round the margin crowds of such erections, each box being as big as a little house and higher than most of the houses in Kimberley. These are the first recipients for the stuff that is brought up out of the mine. And behind these, so that you will often find that you have walked between them, are the whims by means of which the stuff is raised, each whim being worked by 2 horses. Originally the operation was done by hand windlasses, which were turned by Kaffirs, and the practice is continued at some of the smaller enterprises. But the horse whims are now so general that there is a world of them round the claim. The stuff is raised on aerial tramways, and the method of an aerial tramway is as follows. Wires are stretched taut from the wooden boxes slanting down to the claims at the bottom, never less than 4 wires for each box, 2 for the ascending and 2 for the descending bucket. As one bucket runs down empty on one set of wires, another comes up full on the other set. The ascending bucket is, of course, full of blue. The buckets were at first simply leathern bags. Now they have increased in size and importance of construction to half-barrels, and so upwards to large iron cylinders which sit easily upon wheels running in the wires as they ascend and descend, and bring up their loads, half a cartload at each journey. As this is going round the entire circle, it follows that there are wires starting everywhere from the rim and converging to a center at the bottom, on which the buckets are always scudding through the air. They drop down and creep up, not altogether noiselessly, but with a gentle trembling sound which mixes itself pleasantly with the murmur from the voices below. And the wires seem to be the strings of some wonderful harp, aerial or perhaps infernal, from which the beholder expects that a louder twang will soon be heard. The wires are there always, of course, but by some lights they are hardly visible. The mine is seen best in the afternoon, and the visitor looking at it should stand with his back to the setting sun. But as he so stands and so looks, he will hardly be aware that there is a wire at all. If his visit be made, say on a Saturday afternoon, when the works are stopped and the mine is mute. When the world below is busy, there are 3,500 Kafirs at work, some small proportion upon the reef, which has to be got into order so that it shall neither tumble in nor impede the work, nor overlay the diamondiferous soil, as it still does in some places. But by far the greater number are employed in digging. Their task is to pick up the earth and shovel it into the buckets and iron receptacles. Much of it is loosened for them by blasting, which is done after the Kafirs have left the mine at 6 o'clock. You look down and see the swarm of black ants busy at every hole, and corner with their picks moving and shoveling the loose blue soil. But the most peculiar phase of the mine, as you gaze into its large pit, is the subdivision into claims and portions. Could a person see the sight without having heard any word of explanation, it would be impossible, I think, to conceive the meaning of all those straight-cut narrow dikes, of those mud walls at right angles to each other, of those square separate pits, and again of those square upstanding blocks, looking like houses without doors or windows. You can see that nothing on earth was ever less level than the bottom of the bowl, and that the black ants in traversing it, as they are always doing, go up and down almost at every step, jumping here onto a narrow wall and skipping there across a deep dividing channel, as though some diabolically ingenious architect had contrived a house with 500 rooms, not one of which should be on the same floor, and to and from none of which should there be a pair of stairs or a door or a window. In addition to this, it must be imagined that the architect had omitted the roof, in order that the wires of the harp above described might be brought into every chamber. The house has then been furnished with picks, shovels, planks, and a few barrels, populated with its black legions, and there it is for you to look at. At first the bottom of the bowl seems small. You know the size of it as you look, and that it is 9 acres, enough to make a moderate field. But it looks like no more than a bowl. Gradually it becomes enormously large, as your eye dwells for a while on the energetic business going on in one part, and then travels away over an infinity of subdivided claims to the work in some other portion. It seems at last to be growing under you, and that soon there will be no limit to the variety of partitions on which you have to look. You will, of course, be anxious to descend, and if you be no better than a man, there is nothing to prevent you. Should you be a lady, I would advise you to stay where you are. The work of going up and down is hard, everything is dirty, and the place below is not nearly so interesting as it is above. One firm at the mine, Messrs. Baring Gould, Atkins and Company, have gone to the expense of sinking a perpendicular shaft with a tunnel below from the shaft to the mine, so as to avoid the use of the aerial tramway, and by Mr. Gould's kindness I descended through his shaft. Nevertheless, there was some trouble getting into the mine, and when I was there the labor in clambering about from one chamber to another in that marvelously broken house was considerable, and was not lessened by the fact that the heat of the sun was about 140 degrees. The division of the claims, however, became apparent to me, and I could see how one was being worked, and another left without any present digging till the claim owner's convenience should be suited. But there is a regulation compelling a man to work if the standing of his blue should become either prejudicial or dangerous to his neighbors. There is one shaft, that belonging to the firm I have mentioned, and one tramway has been cut down by another firm through the reef and circumjacent soil, so as to make an inclined plane up and down to the mine. The ground was originally divided into 801 claims, with some few double numbers to claims at the east end of the mine. But in truth nearly half of those have never been of value, consisting entirely of reef, the diamondiferous matter, the extent of which has now been ascertained, not having traveled so far. There are in truth 408 existing claims, but there are subdivisions in regard to property very much more minute. There are shares held by individuals as small as 1/16 of a claim. The total property is, in fact, divided into 514 portions, the amount of which, of course, varies extremely. Every master miner pays 10 shillings a month to the government for the privilege of working, whether he owns a claim or only a portion of a claim. In working this, the number of men employed differs very much from time to time. When I was there, the mine was very full, and there were probably almost 4,000 men in it, and as many more employed above on the stuff. When the blue has come up, and has been deposited in the great wooden boxes at the top, it is then lowered by its own weight into carts, and carried off to the ground of the proprietor. Every diamond digger is obliged to have a space of ground somewhere round the town, as near his whim as he can get it, to which his stuff is carted, and then laid out to crumble and decompose. This may occupy weeks, but the time depends on what may be the fall of rain. If there be no rain, it must be watered, at a very considerable expense. It is then brought to the washing, and is first put into a round puddling trough, where it is broken up and converted into mud by stationary rakes, which work upon the stuff as the trough goes round. The stones, of course, fall to the bottom, and as diamonds are the heaviest of stones, they fall with the others. The mud is examined and thrown away, and then the stones are washed, and re-washed, and sifted and examined. The greater number of diamonds are found during this operation, but the large gems, and those therefore of by far the greatest value, are generally discovered while the stuff is being knocked about, and put into buckets in the mine. It need hardly be said that in such an operation as I have described, the greatest care is necessary to prevent stealing, and that no care will prevent it. The Kaffirs are the great thieves, to such an extent of super-excellence that white superintendence is spoken of as being the only safeguard. The honesty of the white man may perhaps be indifferent, but such as it is, it has to be used at every point to prevent, as far as it may be prevented, the systematized stealing in which the Kaffirs take an individual and national pride. The Kaffirs are not only most willing but most astute thieves, feeling a glory in their theft, and thinking that every stone stolen from a white man is a duty done to their chief and their tribe. I think it may be taken as certain that no Kaffir would feel the slightest pang of conscience at stealing a diamond, or that any disgrace would be held to attach to him among other Kaffirs for such a performance. They come to the fields instructed by their chiefs to steal diamonds, and they obey the orders like loyal subjects. Many of the Kaffir chiefs are said to have large quantities of diamonds, which have been brought to them by their men returning from the diggings, but most of those which are stolen, no doubt, find their way into the hands of illicit dealers. I have been told that the thefts perpetrated by the Kaffirs amount to 25% on the total amount found, but this I do not believe. The opportunities for stealing are of hourly occurrence, and are of such a nature as to make prevention impossible. These men are sharp-sighted as birds, and know and see a diamond much quicker than a white man. They will pick up stones with their toes, and secrete them even under the eyes of those who are watching them. I was told that a man will so hide a diamond in his mouth, and that no examination will force him to disclose it. They are punished when discovered with lashes and imprisonment. In accordance with the law on the matter, no employer is now allowed to flog his man at his own pleasure, and the white men who buy diamonds from Kaffirs are also punished, when convicted, by fine and imprisonment for the simple offense of buying from a Kaffir, but with flogging also if convicted of having instigated a Kaffir to steal. Nevertheless, a lucrative business of this nature is carried on, and the Kaffirs know well where to dispose of their plunder, though of course but for a small proportion of its value. 10 shillings a week and their food were the regular wages here as well as elsewhere. This I found to be very fluctuating, but the money paid had rarely gone lower for any considerable number of men than the above-named rate. The lowest amount paid has been 7 shillings 6pence a week. Sometimes it had been as high as 20 shillings, and even 30 shillings a week. A good deal of the work is supplied by contract, certain middlemen undertaking to provide men with all expenses paid at £1 a week. When mealies have become dear from drought, there being no grass for oxen on the route, no money can be made in this way. Such was the case when I was in Griqualand West. It is stated by Mr. Oates, an engineer, in his evidence given to the committee on the Griqualand West Annexation Bill in June 1877, that the annual amount of wages paid at Kimberley had varied from £600,000 to £1,600,000 a year. Nearly the whole of this had gone into the hands of the Kafirs. Perhaps the most interesting sight at the mine is the escaping of the men from their labor at 6 o'clock. Then, at the sound of some welcome gong, they began to swarm up the sides close at each other's heels, apparently altogether indifferent as to whether there be a path or no. They come as flies come up a wall, only capering, as flies never caper, and shouting as they come, in endless strings. As ants follow each other, they move passing along ways which seem to offer no hold to a human foot. Then it is that one can best observe their costume, in which a pair of trousers rarely forms a portion. A soldier's red jacket or a soldier's blue jacket has more charms than any other vestment. They seem always to be good-humored, always well-behaved, but then they are always thieves. And yet how grand a thing it is that so large a number of these men should have been brought in so short a space of time to the habit of receiving wages and to the capacity of bargaining as to the wages for which they will work. I shall not, however, think it so grand a thing if any one addresses them as the free and independent electors of Kimberley before they have got trousers to cover their nakedness. I must add also that a visitor to Kimberley should, if possible, take an opportunity of looking down upon the mine by moonlight. It is a weird and wonderful sight, and may almost be called sublime in its peculiar strangeness. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 80 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Farno Jahangiri. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 80. A Modern Battlefield, about 1898, by Julian Ralph. The picture of our battles which are produced in illustrated papers are not at all like real scenes at the front. Art cannot keep pace with the quick advances of science, and illustrators find that, for effect, they must still put as much smoke and confusion in their battle studies as when with the old pictures of Waterloo. If this were left out, the public would be disappointed and unable to tell a battlefield from a parade. Lately, a picture in one of our leading papers by a very capable artist showed the British storming a Boer position. In the middle distance was a Boer battery, and the only gunner left alive was standing up with a bandage round his head, while the smoke and flame and flying fragments of shells filled the air in his vicinity. In the rush of the instant, he must have been bandaged by the same shot that struck him, and as for the smoke and flying debris, there was more of these in a corner of that picture than was to be seen in all of the 4 battles we have fought. What then is a modern battle? How does it look and sound? Really, the field of operations is so extensive, and the range of modern guns is so great, that fighting conditions have altered until there is no longer any general noise of battle hurtled in the air. No possibility of grasping or viewing an engagement from any single point. You may hear one of our big guns loose 3 miles over on the right and another 2 miles on the left. If you are near, they make a tremendous noise, yet I have not heard any explosion so loud as a good strong clap of thunder. The guns of the enemy cough far in front of you, and their shells burst within your lines with a loud sound, but with no real crash or deafening roar. Our guns at their muzzles create but little smoke, though our lyddite shells threw up clouds of dust and smoke where they fall miles away. Because the Boers are using old-fashioned powder in the cannon, there is a small white cloud wherever one is fired, and a spurt of red sand where their shells dig into the veldt. The smoke of war, therefore, and the so-called roar of battle are nowadays occasional, scattered, inconsiderable. Rifle firing has been the principal feature of our fights. It sounds like the frying of fat or like the crackling and snapping of green wood in a bonfire. If you are within 2 miles of the front, you are apt to be under fire, and then you hear the music of individual bullets. Their song is like the magnified note of a mosquito. Zzz. They go over your head. Zzz. They finish as they bury themselves in the ground. This is a sound only to be heard when the bullets fly very close. You pick up your heels and run 100 or even 50 yards, and you hear nothing but the general crackle of rifle fire in and before the trenches. The put-put or wicked Rundle-felt gun is able to interest you at a distance of 3 miles. Its explosions are best described by the nickname given to the gun by our regiment, the blooming dough-knocker. Its bullets or shells are as big as the bowl of a large briar-root pipe, and they tear and slit the air with a terrible sound, exploding when they strike. The firing of this gun was heard all over the largest of our battlefields, and the sound of exploding shells carried far, because they were apt to fall on the quiet outer edge of the field. The whiz that even these missiles make in flying, however, is like the whispered answers of a maid in love, only to be heard by the favored individual who is especially addressed. Thus the many separate sounds are not loud enough to blend. The crowning, all-pervading noises are those of the guns and of the rifle fire, and on the vast veldt, spread over a double line of 5 to 7 miles in length, only those that are very near are very loud. The scene of battle, the general view, is exceedingly orderly. There may be a desperate scrimmage where a company or two are storming a kopje, but level your glass on yonder hill, and what do you see? A fringe of tiny jets of fire from the top where the Boers are, and our men in khaki rising and reclining, and occasionally firing as they win their way upward. The general view displays an arrangement as methodical as a chessboard. There are several battalions flat on their faces in 2 or 3 long lines. Over here is a battery in perfect order, with its limber of horses at rest nearby. Another battery, equally well arranged, as if to have its photograph taken, is to be seen in the middle field. A third is on the farther side. The cavalry is sweeping across the veldt in perfect rank and alignment. There is no confusion anywhere, nothing is helter-skelter or slapdash. I remember only 2 momentary disturbances of this stern, steady discipline. One was in the afternoon, during the Mother River fight, when a large band of mounted Boers made a flank movement on our extreme right and fired a volley at our immense mass of transport and ambulance wagons, watercarts and ammunition trains. The drivers were taken by surprise and fell to lashing their mule teams and horses generally to the accompaniment of high-keyed Kaffir yells. The rout lasted but 5 minutes or less, and was comical beyond description, because the leading mules climbed over the wheelers, and the faster the bullets fell, the louder the Kaffirs yelled, and the more they plied their enormous whips. The bravery of our stretcher-bearer is as much beyond question as it is beyond praise. All historians who tell of the dash and valor of the generals, colonels, majors, captains, and tommies of the army, in common justice must also describe how the chaplains, doctors, and stretcher-bearers went in and out of the most hellish fire, not once or twice, but all through every battle. It is just outside the range of fire that you see and realize the horrors of war. It is there that the wounded crawl and stagger by you. It is there that they spend their final output of energy and fall down to lie until assistance comes. It is there that you see stretchers laden with their mangled freight, and sound soldiers bearing the wounded on their backs and in their arms. More certainly to know the brutality and woe of war happen upon a Kabah that has just been stormed or a trench that has been carried. Go to such a place today, 20 centuries after Christ came with his message of peace on earth and goodwill to men, and behold what you shall see. Here, said I to the photographer in such a place, I think it was Belmont. Stop the scene, look at the wounded all over the ground, quick, out with your camera. Oh, I can't, said he, it's too horrible. As you please, I said, but it's what the public wants. You read in the writings of those who know nothing of war about the writhing of the wounded and the groaning on the battlefield. There is no writhing, and the groans are few and faint. There was one man who was simply cut to pieces by a shell at Magersfontein, and his sufferings must have been awful. He kept crying, Doctor, can you do anything? Another begged to be killed, and the first wounded man I saw kept saying, poor fellow, in ever so low a voice, oh dear, 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 oh dear, dear, dear. But there is much less groaning than you would imagine, very little in proportion to the sufferings. Two things are so common with the wounded as to be almost like rules of behavior. They all beg for water. It used to be cigarettes that they asked for on the Turkish side in the last war in Europe. And they seem always to be made gentle by their wounds. Men of the roughest speech, profane by second nature, cease to offend when stricken down. Well, mate, said one whose leg was shattered, you never know when your turn will come, do you? And another simply cried, oh dear. Now and then you heard, for God's sake, get me taken to an ambulance. But no profanity was intended there. Many may wonder how it feels to be wounded. All who had bones shattered by expanding bullets used nearly the same language to describe the sensation. You feel, they said, exactly as if you had received a powerful shock from an electric battery, and then comes a blow as if your foot or arm or whatever part it might be was crushed by a stroke with a tremendous mallet. It is much the same in a lesser degree if a bone is struck by a Mauser bullet. But if the smooth, slender, clean little shot merely pierces the flesh, a burning or stinging sensation is the instantaneous result. Lying 6 hours in the broiling sun was pretty bad, said one whose arm bone was smashed. But the really awful experience was the jolting over rocks when I was carried off in an ambulance. Another man, an officer, whose foot was smashed by an explosive bullet, said, look at my pipe. That's what I did to keep from saying anything. He had bitten off an inch of the hardened rubber mouthpiece. That was before his wound was dressed. The relief that is given by the dressing of a wound must be exquisite, for you hear next to no groans or moans after a doctor has given this first attention. In the army of Lord Methuen, the great majority of wounds were in the arms and feet, and by other points and experiences in war are more remarkable. The chances of receiving a wound seem not to have greatly increased with the improvements in modern death-dealing implements. There were more than 1 million shots fired at Mother River, and yet only about 800 men were hit, while the number of bullets that hit water bottles, haversacks, ration tins, and coat sleeves was astonishing. The damage to life and limb by the excessive artillery fire was next to nothing. On a typical field of battle, the armies oppose one another with orderly masses. Staff officers ride hither and thither. Batteries rumble to and fro at long intervals as they are ordered to take new positions, and in the same way the cavalry appear and reappear on the edges of the field. Stretcher bearers bring the wounded out of the zone of danger, and ambulances roll up, get their loads, and roll away again, all day continually as in ceaseless train. Brave privates bring out the wounded and work their way back into fire again, now running forward, now dropping flat upon the veldt. Skulkers work back to the edge of the field in the same way, a few only, and are gathered up and sent forward in batches by the officers who come upon them. At last the cheer of British victory is heard, and the whole force rushes forward, or darkness falls upon an unfinished fight, and we grope about the velds, seeking our camps and the food and drink that most of us have gone without too long. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fanu Jahangiri.
Section 81 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 81. In the South African Army, 1903 to 1904, by Gustav Frenssen. From the general scramble of the powers for territory in Africa, Germany emerged with an extensive tract in the southwest. She has made vigorous efforts to develop it as a colony, spending much blood and money in her attempts to subdue the natives and turn the country into a promising field for German emigration. This story is from a book supposed to be written by a soldier in the German army, telling of his experiences in the campaign against the natives in 1903 to 1904. The Editor. We were to surround the enemy in an arc to the north and corner them, just as one runs in a circle and corners a colt, so that it runs back where the boy is waiting with a halter in his hand. We were to make forced marches with fewer and lighter wagons, which meant smaller and lighter rations, and with less and lighter clothing. We were about 300 men, marines, sailors, and the home guards, who were leading us. The troop of old Africans again went on ahead, officers and common soldiers, all mounted. Then came the old major with one officer. Then we foot soldiers in a long, thin line, veiled in dust. Here and there in our line were the 30 great Cape wagons loaded with the light field pieces, and each drawn by from 10 to 24 long-horned oxen, which were driven with much shouting by negroes. On both sides of the way was more or less dense grayish-green thorn bush, the wood of which is as hard as bone, and which grows to the height of a man, and sometimes twice that height, and has curved thorns as long as one's finger. In such wise and through such country we now travelled day after day, and week after week. And day by day and week by week our progress became more painful, for soon came the time when we began to suffer from hunger and want, when the oxen began to fall from exhaustion, and when some of the clumsily rumbling wagons were full of the distress of the wounded or very sick. When the sun mounted high over us, almost to the zenith, and the sand was scorching, and eyes and throats were burning, the van would halt at a clearing where there ought to have been water, but the water was not always there. Then, suffering terribly from thirst, we had to dig holes to see if we could find a little water slowly filtering through. Often it was salt or milky from lime, or smelled vile, and oftener we didn't find even this miserable, loathsome water, and we had to go on again thirsty far into the night. If we did find water, we would make a barricade of thorn bush around us. Then each mess division would get its meagre supply of food, a little meat from a freshly killed ox which had fallen exhausted, a little flour, and a little rice. The meat or flour we stirred up in a kettle with the bad water, and set it over the fire, calling it meat soup, or bouillon with rice, or pancakes, which they called plensen. The cooking utensils were cleaned with sand. After that we lay for an hour in the shade of the wagons or of a canvas that had been set up, and then started on again. Weary and indifferent, we marched on till evening, and often into the night, and I don't know that in those weeks we ever sang. The moonlight lay wonderfully pale, like bright spider webs, over the broad bushy land, and the unfamiliar stars gleamed strangely confused and restless. The gun straps pressed on our shoulders, our feet stumbled in the uneven track, and our thoughts were slow and dull. When we had reached water in the night, and had dealt out to us one or two, or if it was more plenty, even 3 cook-pan covers full of the miserable stuff, we were too tired to cook properly. We stirred up together a little of whatever we got, and ate it half cooked. We had orders to bring the water to the boiling point before we took it, but I've seen the officers, and for that matter even the physicians themselves, drink it just as it was. We were too tired and apathetic. So it went on every day for 4 weeks. The country was always flat and bushy. We didn't see a single house, and we didn't meet a human being. It was bad that we couldn't take provisions enough with us. If we had been able to, many more would have seen their homes again. We didn't notice it ourselves, but the doctors and officers probably saw that we were gradually getting flabby and weak. If we had even had time and inclination to cook properly, it would have been better, but the water was often so repulsive that it was no pleasure, and we had to use it so sparingly that our utensils got foul. I rubbed them with sand, and I rubbed them with grass, but they did not get clean, and it was bad that we had only thin khaki uniforms. In the morning we marched up to our knees in wet grass, at noon in hot sand, and all day through thorny brush, so that the lower part of our trousers fringed out and soon hung in shreds. When, as sometimes happened, a thunderstorm or a shower came up, and then night came on, we were horribly cold. There were some very cold nights. Thus it had to come about that we soon became very weak, even though we did not notice it ourselves. I used to think sometimes with surprise, there was so much talk and squabbling among us on shipboard, and so many jokes among us. Where are they, and why don't we sing? How pale and yellow and thin Behrens has grown. How sunken and feverish our under-officers' eyes look. What awfully thin beards we young men have. There were many among us not yet 20. Once we came upon a great covered wagon left deserted on the road. A farmer or a trader had wanted to escape, and had packed his most valuable possessions in the wagon, harnessed his oxen to it, and driven the rest of his flocks before it. He had come as far as this. His bones lay eaten by beasts. His goods were stolen, and round about the wagon were strewn the only things which the enemy couldn't use, his letters and books. We buried the bones in the bush, tied across together with string, and set it on the grave, and took some letters and remnants of books, read them, and threw them away. Another day we discovered, hidden in the bush on a hill by the way, many deserted huts of the enemy. They were like great beehives, made of a skeleton of branches and twigs plastered over with cow dung. Although we were so tired, we took the time to set fire to these, and afterwards stood on a rise in our road and looked back. The glow dyed the evening sky for a great distance. Besides this, I don't know that anything special happened to us. We marched continually along the sandy road in a cloud of dust. On both sides of us, brush that from time to time was thinner, or that yielded to make a majestic clearing. Our horsemen, the old Africans, and the officers rode often an hour in advance of us, and tried to spy out the enemy. When they came back, the news would often spread through the ranks, or at night, from fire to fire, "We are close to the enemy now. Tomorrow, or the day after, we shall meet them." Then we rejoiced, and each man sat and looked over his gun and examined his cartridge belt. But a new day came, and still another, and we grew weaker and more exhausted, and we saw nothing of the enemy. So it went on for 4 weeks, further and further. It was bad that we never had our clothes off, and could never wash ourselves, and seldom, and then not thoroughly, even our faces and hands. But what was worse, we could never get enough to eat any more. They had given to me the task of getting the rations for our mess. I brought less and less to the cooking hole, a little rice, a little flour, a little canned meat, and a little coffee. There was no more sugar, and one day I came back from the wagon with no salt. Then I baked pancakes made of dirty water and flour. The water we drank with our food tasted disgustingly of Glauber salts. Often it was as yellow as pea soup and smelled vile. The nights were cold. I cannot say that we were cast down. We didn't grumble either. We perceived that it couldn't go any other way, and that the officers endured all that we did. We were very quiet and sober, though. We held ourselves together with the thought, "We shall soon now come upon the enemy, and beat them, and finish up the campaign. And then, oh, then we shall go back to the capital, and get new clothes, and have a bath. We'll spring into the water, and we'll get a new handkerchief, a really clean red checked one, and a great lot of good meat, and a handful of white salt, and a great, great mug of clean, crystal clear water. How it will glisten! And we'll have a long, long drink, and hold out the empty mug, and again the water will pour into it, and we'll drink and drink. And then after a few days we'll travel back to the coast, and we'll start for home. What shan't we have to tell about this monkey land?" Our boots fell apart. Our trousers were nothing but shreds and rags at the bottom. Our jackets got full of great holes from the thorns, and were horribly greasy because we wiped everything off on them. Our hands were full of inflamed places because we often had to seize the thorns with them. Our lieutenant often talked to us. "Keep up your courage," he would say. "We shall have a fight, and throw the rascals back to the west into the jaws of the main division, and in July we'll be at home again." I marveled at him, that he, though not much older than we, and suffering all the hardships that we did, was always uniformly calm, while we were often good for nothing, and got angry and grumbled. It wasn't because he had learned more than we. I think it came from the fact that he was at heart a cultivated man. That is, he had his soul and mind in control, so that he could value justly, and could make allowance for the things about him. His will would have it so, and it came to pass. And I've noticed that willpower is worth 10 times more than mere knowing. We never said a word of how much we thought of him and watched him. He was a small man, and rode a strong East Prussian horse, and always wore his felt hat a little over the left ear, with the brim tilted up on the left side. The old Major came sometimes and addressed us. While doing so, he looked at each man as closely as though he wanted to find out if he were having any sort of trouble. We all felt that he was a wise and wide-awake man, and that he had a gentle, sympathetic heart. We felt therefore safe under him, and we knew it could not be any different from what it was, or he would have changed it. And we would run like so many rabbits if we could do any little service for him. When any one had run that way, we used to jeer at him and say, "Are you trying to burst yourself, man?" But when the turn came to any one else, he would run just the same. Sometimes, when we were all sitting about our fire holes, I would take myself off over to the old Africans, who always had their fire by one of the wagons which Sergeant Hanson conducted. Then Hansen would motion to me, for he liked me since I had talked to him in the courtyard of the fort. They always sat by themselves, not entirely out of pride, but also because they were mostly from 5 to 20 years older than we were. Some of them had been already 10 years or more in the country. I used to sit down quietly with them and listen with great eagerness to their talk. Sometimes they talked of the wild 15 years' struggles in the colony, in all or part of which they had shared, and of the fighting in the last 3 months. They recalled the scene of many a brave deed, and named many a valiant man, dead or living. I was surprised that so many hard undertakings, of which I had never heard or read so much as a word, had been carried through by Germans, and that already so much German blood had been lavishly spilled in this hot, barren land. They touched, too, upon the causes of the uprising, and one of the older men, who had been long in the country, said, "Children, how should it be otherwise? They were ranchmen and proprietors, and we were there to make them landless working men. And they rose up in revolt. They acted in just the same way that North Germany did in 1813. This is their struggle for independence." "But the cruelty," said some one else, and the first speaker replied indifferently, "Do you suppose that if our whole people should rise in revolt against foreign oppressors, it would take place without cruelty? And are we not cruel toward them?" They discussed, too, what the Germans really wanted here. They thought we ought to make that point clear. The matter stood this way. There were missionaries here, who said, "You are our dear brothers in the Lord, and we want to bring you these benefits, namely, faith, love, and hope." And there were soldiers, farmers, and traders, and they said, "We want to take your cattle and your land gradually away from you, and make you slaves without legal rights." Those two things didn't go side by side. It is a ridiculous and crazy project. Either it is right to colonize, that is, to deprive others of their rights, to rob and to make slaves, or it is just and right to Christianize, that is, to proclaim and live up to brotherly love. One must clearly desire the one and despise the other. One must wish to rule or to love, to be for or against Jesus. The missionaries used to preach to them, "Ye are our brothers," and that turned their heads. They are not our brothers, but our slaves, whom we must treat humanely but strictly. These ought to be our brothers. They may become that after a century or two. They must first learn what we ourselves have discovered, to stem water and to make wells, to dig and to plant corn, to build houses and to weave clothing. After that, they may well become our brothers. One doesn't take any one into a partnership till he has paid up his share. One old freight carrier, who mixed many English and Dutch words in his speech, said it would be better if the colony were sold to the English. The Germans are probably useful as soldiers and farmers, he said, but they understand nothing about the government of colonies. They want this and they want that. A younger man, who had been in the country only 3 years, said in answer, "There'll have to be 1,000 or 2 German graves in this country before that happens, and perhaps they'll be dug this year." Over these conversations it got to be late at night. The fires still glowed a little, and in the uncertain light I saw the faces that had become browned and weather-beaten from the burning of the African sun. In these hard, hot days of marching and cold moonlight nights, when we were advancing painfully, but still not without courage, one week after another, through the wild bushy land, there was not a house, not a ditch, not a tree, not a boundary, in the burning sun by day, or the pale moonlight of the clear nights, when I was plodding along, hungry and dirty and weary, by the sandy, uneven wagon track, my gun on my shoulder. When I lay in the noon hour in the shadow of the great Cape wagons, and in the bitter cold nights, hungry and restless, in a thin blanket on the bare earth, and the strange stars shone in the beautiful blue heavens, then I believe even then, in those painful weeks, I learned to love that wonderful, endless country. End of section 81. This recording is in the public domain. Section 82 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 82, Advancing Upon the Enemy, 1903 to 1904, by Gustav Frenssen. Before midnight we advanced toward the enemy. It was said that our division would come upon them about morning. The Whit boys rode on ahead as spies. Then came our company. One part was detached to ride at the side of the road in the bush. The other part was to keep on riding in the road. I was in the 3rd platoon. Behind me, in compact array, came the artillery. We marched as quietly as possible, but still there were all sorts of noises, snorting of horses, jolting of wheels, an impatient, angry shout, or a blow with a whip. I was very cold in the saddle, and in order not to have stiff fingers later when I had to shoot, I laid the reins over my cartridge belt and put my hands in my pockets. At last morning broke, and delicate rosy stripes of light soon shot up toward the zenith. The colors grew rapidly deeper, brighter, and stronger. The red was glorious in its fullness, and the blue beautiful in its purity. The light mounted and extended itself, ascending like a new world, 1,000 times more beautiful than the old one. Then came the sun, big and clear, looking like a great placid wide-open eye. Although, like a good soldier, I had all my thoughts fixed on what was before me, on the enemy, and the bad hours I should probably meet with, yet I saw the splendor of the sky. Near me rode a fellow from Hamburg, a fresh, quiet boy. He said once to me, "You see, one has to have experienced something, or how shall one become a serious, capable man? That's why I came here." He was to enter his father's business later. He was riding just as I was, his reins over his cartridge belt and his hands in his pockets. He was frowning this morning and kept a sharp lookout before him. Diagonally behind me rode the former officer. About this time of day, according to the predictions of our scouts, we ought to reach the enemy, but they were not to be seen. Then I thought, as did many others, that again there would be no fighting, and I was annoyed. Shortly after this, however, we heard the thunder of cannon coming from our right. It got to be 8 o'clock and 9. The bush was so dense that the party sent into it could not advance. They came out and marched together along the road. The sun was steadily mounting. It was getting to be a hot day. It began to be warm riding, and the horses were growing tired. A little thin lieutenant with a drawn face and sharp eyes rode up alongside of me and said in a suppressed voice, "We aren't a mile and a half from the water holes." Several times in the last few days he had made dangerous excursions into this region, and he knew every bush. Then the first shot fell ahead. With a quick swing we were out of our saddles and had thrown the reins over our horses' necks. Those who were to hold the horses seized them. Our company was only 90 strong, and as we left 10 with the horses, only 80 men went into the thick bush. The enemy were firing vigorously and letting out short, wild cries. I saw one of our men wounded. He stooped and examined a wound in his leg. Still I saw nothing of the enemy. Then, just for a second, I saw a piece of an arm in a greyish-brown cord coat, and I shot at it. Then I lay down to spy out another target. Lively firing was being exchanged. When one of us thought he had hit his mark, he would announce it with a loud voice, "That one won't get up again. I got him in the middle of the breast." The third man at my right, who was lying by a bush in front of me, twitched convulsively. A derisive voice on the other side shouted, "Had enough, Dutchman?" My comrade said in a quiet voice, "I have a bullet in my shoulder," and he crawled back on all fours. I could hear through all our own shooting that we were getting fired upon from the left. This fire now became heavier. They were coming nearer. In close ranks they came, creeping and shouting and screaming. Two of my neighbors were not shouting any more. We crawled back once or twice our length. The enemy shouted, "Look out, Dutchman, look out," and laughed wildly. Others shouted, "Hurrah, hurrah." The bush was swarming with men. I thought they would now break loose upon us in a wild storm, and that it would be all up with us. On account of our wounded men, I was fearfully anxious lest we should have to retreat. I was firmly resolved, if the command should come, to shout loudly, "Take along the wounded." But when I had just decided on this plan, a subordinate officer came up with several men and cheered us on with the words, "Hold your position, I am sending aid." Soon afterwards I heard something slipping and grating behind me, and a quiet, soft voice said, "Move a little to the side." The nozzle of a machine gun was pushed forward near my face, and immediately began to crackle away. The grape shot hissed furiously into the bushes, rattling and whizzing. How good it sounded! How surely and quietly I shot! Did I hit? Did you see? Shoot, man! There! There! Cannon, too, upon a slope behind us, were now thundering over our heads. Then it grew a little more quiet on the other side, and the command of "Forward, double quick!" reached us. We sprang up and plunged forward, but a horrible volley of grape shot was poured against us and threw us back again. In front of me an under officer had got a ball in the body, and blood was streaming from the wound. He was crouching and trying to stem the flow of blood with a handkerchief, and was calling for help. He was a light-complexioned, fine-looking man. Just then the former officer, the one who was under the official ban, came up from the side, seized the wounded man by the shoulders, and dragged him back, while balls were falling around him, and the barrel of his gun was hit so that it flew rattling to one side. He then quietly lay down in his place again. On the other side in the bush they were shouting in wild zeal and shrieking for very rage. We did not advance. I don't know how long we lay there firing. It was probably hours. I wondered once why no officer was to be seen with us, and I forgot it again. Sweat ran like water over my entire body. Not merely my tongue, but my throat, my whole body cried out for a swallow of cool water. At one side a hospital aide was trying to bind a rubber bandage around the bleeding leg of a wounded man, who begged him in South German dialect, "Take me back a little, can you?" Then the aide dragged him back panting. The fire from the other side was getting weaker. A voice commanded us, "Fire more slowly." From the other side we heard it jeeringly mimicked, "Fire more slowly." A wounded man cried aloud for water. We lay and waited, our guns pointed. Word passed from mouth to mouth, "The captain is dead, the first lieutenant too, all the officers, and almost all the under officers." Propping my gun in position, I took my field flask with my left hand and swallowed the little draught I had saved up for the greatest emergency. As I set the flask aside, I thought that perhaps it would be my last drink, and I thought of my parents. I believed that the enemy would get breath and then make another assault. But that did not happen. A lieutenant who belonged to the staff came stooping along our ranks. When he was behind me, he knelt there, touched my boot lightly, and said, "Go to the general and report that according to my reckoning we are about a half a mile distant from the last water holes." I got cautiously up on my knees, and then ducking down, ran back to the road. Near an ant-hill, which was certainly 3 yards high, a surgeon and a hospital aide were endeavoring to save a man from bleeding to death, but I believe they came too late, for he lay like dead on his dark red blanket. Then I saw the balloon not far in front of me, and I ran across the clearing to it. The long rows of oxen, standing in harness in front of their wagons, raised their open mouths and bellowed hoarsely, for they scented the water holes and panted for water. The soldiers at the wagons and horses called to me with dry voices, "Get ahead, you fellows up forward! Are we coming to water soon? Are we going on?" They looked at me with deep, dry eyes. Those who held the horses had a great deal of trouble with the thirsty creatures, which were standing crowded together, swarmed over, and tortured by insects. The sun scorched down. A thick, horribly dry, dust-filled air lay over the whole camp. The surgeons in white cloaks stood in front of the hospital wagon around a table on which some one was lying. I wondered how many were lying in the shade of the wagon. 5 or 6 of them were dead, among them our captain. A wounded officer, I think it was a lieutenant, was giving water with his well hand to the severely wounded. His other arm was bleeding badly. At the general's wagon a man was standing by the heliograph. The general was near by with officers and orderlies around him, all of them on foot. I reported and heard someone say, "The animals can't hold out any longer, and the men are simply dying of thirst." The next moment, just as I had turned to run to the front, there came from behind, from 2 or 3 directions, wild shouting and volleys from the bush. The outposts, who were lying and kneeling on the ground all around, moved in immediately. The voice of an officer rang out sharp and clear, "Disperse and charge in knots." I ran, and saw as I ran that a hailstorm of bullets was riddling the hospital wagon, that the doctors were seizing their guns, and that one of them was wounded. I even heard one say, "We'll take off our white cloaks, though." Then I lay down by a bush and shot at the enemy, who with wild shouts continued their onset through the bushes. Secretaries, orderlies, drivers, guard, and officers all rushed forward, lay down near one another, and protected their skins. The artillery turned while firing and shot away over us. Excited by my run and the sudden attack, I began a violent rapid fire. A voice near me said, "Shoot more calmly." I did fire more calmly, thinking, "Who said that?" And as I seized my cartridge belt and looked to the side, there lay the general, 2 men from me, shooting coolly as becomes an old soldier. The enemy were pressing on in close ranks through the bush, shouting and firing, but we lay quietly and shot well. Then it got more quiet. The officers stood up and returned to the center of the camp again. Immediately after that came the order that the whole camp should advance 200 yards. In running by, I saw them lifting the dead and wounded into wagons. Then I ran forward again to my place in the line of defense. Now as I lay there, I felt how very parched I was. Begging and complaining and teasing for water went through the ranks. From behind we heard the hoarse lowing of the thirsty oxen. I believe that at this time, 4 in the afternoon, there was not a drop of water in the whole camp except for the wounded. Then everything was moved to the front, soldiers, artillery, and machine guns. A terrific fire rattled against the enemy, who were growing weary. Then word passed from man to man, "We are going to charge." Now the battle cry told. I shall never forget it. With fierce yells, with distorted faces, with dry and burning eyes, we sprang to our feet and hurled ourselves forward. The enemy leaped, fired, and dispersed with loud outcries. We ran without interference, shouting, cursing, and shooting, to the good-sized clearing where the ardently desired water holes were, and across it to the farther edge where the bush began again. The entire camp, the heavy wagons with their long teams of oxen, the hundreds of horses, the hospital wagons with the surgeons, the dead and the wounded, the headquarters, everything followed in a rush and encamped in the clearing. But we lay around it at the edge of the bush to keep back the enemy, who now here and now there would break through the thick bushes in wild, loudly shouting parties. Behind us our men were now climbing down with army kettles into the water holes, which were 10 yards deep, and were filling buckets let down on reins, and were beginning to water man and beast. When about 10 animals had had a little, the hole was empty. There were about 10 or 12 holes at this place. The sun went down. Some of us slipped out, cut brush with our side arms, and made a stockade in front of us. The artillerymen set up the cannon and machine guns behind us and knelt near them. Some of the soldiers were detailed to creep from man to man and give each a little water. In the camp further back of us, the restlessly crowding animals were being watered in the dark. By the hospital wagons, nurses were going about, lanterns in their hands, bending over each patient. Meanwhile, the enemy kept up their firing, which continually flashed out of the dark bush all around the camp. Not until about midnight did it become more quiet. We passed a little zwieback from hand to hand, then complete darkness settled upon us, and the shooting at last ceased. What plan had the enemy in mind? Here we lay in the dark night, 400 men, worn out and half dead with thirst, and in front of us and all around us a savage, furious people numbering 60,000. We knew and heard nothing of the other German divisions. Perhaps they had been slaughtered, and the 60,000 were now collecting themselves to fall upon us. Through the quiet night we heard in the distance the lowing of enormous herds of thirsty cattle, and a dull, confused sound like the movement of a whole people. To the east there was a gigantic glow of fire. I lay stretched at full length with my gun ready, and cheered my utterly exhausted comrades to keep awake. Thus morning gradually came on. Then some scouts went out cautiously, and we learned to our great amazement that the enemy had withdrawn, and indeed in wild flight. We should have liked to follow them up, but we had no news yet from the other divisions. Moreover, both men and beasts had reached the limit of their strength. So we rested on that day, ate a little poor food, and cleansed and repaired our guns and other equipment, for we looked like people who had battered and bruised and soiled themselves in an attack of frenzy. The madness still showed in our frowning brows and in our eyes. Our dead lay in the midst of us in the shade of a tree. We had a great deal of trouble to keep our animals from dying. We could not give them anywhere near enough water to satisfy them, and we could not give them any fodder at all, because the entire region had been eaten as bare by the enemy's cattle, as if rats and mice had gnawed it clean. The men and the animals had even grubbed into the earth in search of roots. It was a miserable day. The sun glared down, and an odor of old manure filled the whole land to suffocation. At noon there came at last some news from the other divisions. 2 reported that they had beaten the enemy, the 3rd that it had saved itself with great difficulty and distress. The enemy had fled to the east with their whole enormous mass, women, children, and herds. Toward evening we buried our dead under the tree. End of section 82. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 83 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, read for LibriVox.org. Arabia, Part 1, Early History. Historical Note. Little is known of the early history of Arabia, save that it was the home of many tribes, some with fixed abodes, but most of them wandering about as the mood seized them or some fancied advantage occurred to them. They had no permanent government, no laws, and no settled religion. Some worshipped the stars, some angels or heavenly spirits. When they came in contact with a nation, they usually borrowed some of its religious customs. They made images of their various deities and paid them great reverence. Persecuted Christians sometimes fled to Arabia, and by the end of the 6th century, a vague and inaccurate knowledge of Christianity had spread through much of the country. In the early part of the 7th century, Mohammed began to teach, and before many years he had gained a large number of followers. There is but one God, and Mohammed is his prophet, was the main tenet of his preaching. The Arabs accepted his faith, and this brought about their union, not only in religion, but also in government. After the death of Mohammed, his followers pressed on in their warfare, and by preaching and fighting they overran Syria and Persia and Central Asia. Their faith was adopted by the Turks. Egypt and northern Africa yielded to their arms. They conquered Spain so completely that in the greater part of the country the customs, dress, and language, as well as religion, became that of Arabia. Europe seemed about to fall into their hands, but in 732, exactly a century after the death of Mohammed, the Mohammedans were met at Tours by Charles Martel and were overcome. Had the invaders been the victors, no one can estimate the length of time that the civilization of Europe would have been retarded. End of section 83. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 84 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fanu Jahangiri. The World's Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 84. The Legend of the Arabs, by Alphonse Marie Louis de Lamartine. Tradition says that Nimrod, the fabulous king of Babylon, heard a prophecy that a child should be born who would become greater than himself and all the rest of mankind. To prevent this, he forbade marriage. Nevertheless, the father of Abraham took to himself a wife. When the child was born, his parents, in order to save his life, hid him in a cave outside the city, and thither the angels came and cared for him. Editor. Abraham, nursed by the angels, grew in strength and intellect in his cavern. His first egression from it was by night. The firmament of Chaldea, filled with luminous creatures that floated in the ether, revealed to him God. Only he was not yet able to distinguish him from his works. A star resplendent beyond the others first arrested his dazzled eyes. "There is my God!" exclaimed he to himself. Presently the star descended and disappeared in the horizon. "No," said he, "that cannot be the God whom I adore." So with several other constellations. Afterwards the moon arose. "There is my God!" cried he, and it said, "No, it is not my God." In fine, the sun rose majestically in the east, at the border of the forest. "Here truly is my God," said he. "It is large and dazzling beyond all others." The sun accomplished his career and went down in the horizon, leaving the mantle of night upon the earth. "That is not still the God I look for to adore," muttered pensively the infant destined for the adoration of the divinity invisible, immovable, and eternal. He returned to his cavern to seek his God in his own soul. Having left at length his cave and been presented to Nimrod as a young man born long before the interdiction of the marriages, Abraham began revealing to the Babylonians the immaterial God, exhorting them to worship in spirit and in truth, and to eject the idols from the temples. The priests of Babylon led the profaner of the idols before Nimrod to have him punished. "Who then is your God?" demanded the king of the young prophets. "My God," said Abraham, "is he who giveth life and death." "It is I who give life and death," rejoined Nimrod. To prove it, he ordered into his presence from the prisons of Babylon 2 criminals condemned to death and who were awaiting execution. He cut off the head of one, he gave pardon to the other, and supposed his interlocutor confounded. But Abraham, at first perplexed how to refute this sophism in action, soon recovered himself and offered the king a challenge of omnipotence. "Very well," said he. "My God is he who makes the sun to rise in the east. Do you make it rise in the west?" Nimrod replied, as embarrassed tyrants do, "By fire." He had the youthful prophet thrown into a burning pyre. "But the fire became cold," says the history. Abraham retired into the deserts of Mesopotamia with his family, his slaves, and his flocks. There commenced the Hebrews, the Arabs of the Bible and of Jerusalem, the sons of Isaac. Let us turn to those of the desert and of Mecca, the sons of Ishmael. It was upon the future site of this city, a site then without inhabitants and without water, that Abraham, in deference to the jealousy of his wife Sarah, abandoned his slave Hagar and the child he had by her, Ishmael. Scarce had the unfortunate Hagar exhausted the provisions of dates and water which Abraham had left her for herself and her son, than she felt the torments of thirst and ran desperately through the valleys and parched ravines of Safa, asking them in vain for a single drop of water or the oozing moisture of a rock to wet the lips of her infant. During this absence of his mother, Ishmael cried with impatience and thirst, and striking in his anger with his heel upon the sand, there issued thence a fountain of cool and pure water. Hagar hastened back to the wailings of her son. She saw the water, and fearing lest it should evaporate in the sun or disappear in the sand, she set to kneading the moistened earth in her hands, and shaped it into a basin to retain the treasure. This miraculous water, which flows still at the present day, is the source of the famous wells of Zamzam of Mecca, which have the virtue of sanctifying the drinkers. Some Arab shepherds of a wandering tribe were pasturing their camels on the sides of the Mount Arafat in the neighborhood. They saw some eagles fighting overhead the site where the prodigy had just taken place. Suspecting that the birds had smelt the moisture, they hastened thither. They found the spring, the young mother, and the child. "Who are you, and what is this child?" asked they of Hagar. "Whence comes this water? We have never before seen it during these many years that we traverse these solitudes." Hagar related to them her abandonment. They took compassion on her. The child, for whom the earth seemed to have opened like a mother's breast, appeared to them a being predestined for celestial benedictions. They announced this prodigy to the tribe, who came to dwell upon the spot. Ishmael grew up in the midst of this people. He married one of their daughters named Amara. Abraham made them 2 visits with the permission of Sarah. Sarah, still jealous, had exacted as condition that Abraham should not dismount from his horse at the lodgings of Hagar. The first time Abraham visited Mecca, he stopped at the door of Ishmael and called him by his name. Amara, the wife of Ishmael, came to the door. "Where is Ishmael?" inquired the patriarch without dismounting. "He is hunting," replied Amara. "Have you nothing to give me to eat? For I cannot come down." "I have nothing," said Amara. "This country is a desert." "Very well," rejoined Abraham. "Say to your husband that you have seen a stranger. Describe to him my figure, and tell him that I recommend him to change the threshold of his door." Amara, on the return of Ishmael, acquitted herself of the message. Her husband, offended that she had refused his father hospitality, repudiated her and married a woman of another tribe named Saidah. Abraham returned some time after to visit her son. He was absent. A young, slim, and graceful woman came to the threshold of the door to make reply to the stranger. "Have you some nourishment to give me?" asked Abraham of his daughter-in-law, without making himself known or dismounting from his horse. "Yes," said she in an instant. And going into the house, she returned soon after, presenting to the traveler some cooked venison, milk, and dates. Abraham tasted the edibles, then blessed them in saying, "May God multiply in this country these 3 species of nutriment." After the repast, Saidah said to the old man, "Dismount from your horse, that I may bathe your head and your beard." "I cannot," replied the patriarch. "I am under oath not to quit the saddle." And merely setting one foot upon a large stone beside the door, while the other leg continued astride on the saddle, he in this way stooped his head within reach of the young woman, who laved away the dust wherewith his eyes and beard were soiled. "When your husband returns," said the patriarch on departing, "describe to him my figure, and say to him from me that the threshold of his door is alike beautiful and solid, and that he take good care not to change it." Ishmael, upon hearing this recital and these words, said to Saidah, "He whom you have seen is my father, and he orders me in this wise to keep you carefully forever." In a third visit to his son, Abraham built conjointly with him at Mecca a temple or house of God, called Kabah. This temple, which is still at this day the temple of Mecca, was a small and shapeless structure without window or door or roof, constructed of unhewn blocks of stone. Abraham did the mason work, and his son Ishmael quarried the stones. They inserted in one of the walls the famous black stone, which an angel was supposed to have conveyed direct from heaven to sanctify the house of the deity. They instituted pilgrimage rites and processions around the edifice, which have made subsequently of Mecca the religious capital of Arabia, and which Mohammed was obliged to retain with a change of spirit after his reform. But be it as it may with these mythological traditions, Mecca became through the processions of the Kabah the object of the pilgrimage and the center of the superstitions of all the Arabs who were not adorers of Jehovah. And idolatry dethroned the pure worship of Abraham and peopled the Kabah with idols. End of section 84. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Fano Jahangiri.
Section 85 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 85. Mohammed, about 570 to 632. By Eva March Tappan. Mohammed was born in Mecca in Arabia, and he became so famous when a man that the people who knew him as a boy came to believe in many wonderful things as having happened to him when he was small. It was said that the sheep bowed to him as he passed by, and that even the moon stooped from her place in the heavens to do him honor. While he was in the house of his nurse, so the legend says, her well never dried, and her pastures were always fresh and green. The little boy soon lost both father and mother, and was brought up in the house of his uncle. He must have been a most lovable boy, for everyone seems to have been kind to him. This uncle held an office of great honor. He was guardian of a certain black stone which, it was said, the angel Gabriel had given to Abraham. The stone was built into the outer wall of the Kabah, a little square temple which the Arabians looked upon as especially holy. Most of them were worshippers of idols, and the Kabah was the home of enough idols to provide a different one for every day in the year. Throngs of pilgrims journeyed to Mecca to kiss the stone and worship in the Kabah, and the boy must have heard marvelous tales of the strange places from which they came. His uncle was a merchant and used to go with caravans to Syria and elsewhere to get goods. When Mohammed was 12 years old, he begged earnestly to be allowed to go with him. The uncle said no. Then the boy pleaded, "But, my uncle, who will take care of me when you are gone?" The tender-hearted man could not refuse any longer, and Mohammed went on his first journey. After this he always traveled with his uncle, and when the uncle went out to help his tribe fight another one, he became the uncle's armor-bearer. He learned about life in a caravan, and about buying and selling goods, and while he was hardly more than a boy, he was often employed by merchants to go on such trips as their agent. At length he was engaged by a wealthy widow named Khadijah to manage the large business which the death of her husband had left her in charge. She became more and more pleased with the young man, and after a while she sent a trusty slave to offer him her hand. He was surprised, but not at all unwilling, and soon there was a generous wedding feast with music and dancing. The house was open to all who chose to come, and a camel was killed that its flesh might be given to the poor. Mohammed thought much about religious questions. He came to believe that his people were wrong in worshipping idols, and that there was only one true God. He used to go to a cavern a few miles from Mecca to pray and meditate. 1 month in every year he gave up entirely to this. After a while he began to have strange dreams and visions. In one of these he thought the angel Gabriel held before him a silken cloth on which there was a golden writing, and bade him read it. "But I do not know how to read," replied Mohammed. "Read in the name of the Most High," said the angel. And suddenly the power to read the letters came to him, and he found the writings were commands of God. Then the angel declared, "Thou art the prophet of God." Mohammed told Khadijah of his vision, and she believed that the angel had really come to him. After a little he began to preach wherever people would listen. A few believed in him, but most people only laughed at his story. Still he kept on preaching, and after a while, although he had but few followers in Mecca, there were many in Medina who had come to believe that he was the prophet of God. He decided that it was best for him to go to them, and in the year 622 he and a few friends escaped from their enemies in Mecca and went to Medina. This is called the Hijra, or flight. To this day Mohammedans do not count the years from the birth of Christ, but from the Hijra. As soon as the prophet was in Medina, his followers began to build a mosque, or place for prayer, in which he might preach. They made the walls of earth and brick. The pillars were the trunks of palm trees, and the roof was formed of their branches, with a thatch of leaves. He decided that his disciples should be called to prayer 5 times a day, and after all these centuries the call, or muezzin, is still heard in the east from some minaret of each mosque. God is great. There is no God but God. Mohammed is the apostle of God. Come to prayers. Come to prayers. At dawn the crier adds, prayer is better than sleep. Every true Mussulman, as followers of Mohammed are called, is bound to obey this rule of prayer, and as he prays he must turn his face toward Mecca. He is also commanded to make at least 1 pilgrimage to Mecca before he dies, and to kiss the sacred black stone. It is still in the wall of the Kabah, but the Kabah itself is now within a mosque so large that it will hold 35,000 persons. It is probable that Mohammed never learned to read or write, but his followers jotted down his words on bits of palm leaves or skins or even the shoulder blades of animals, and many of them they learned by heart. After the death of the prophet, the caliphs, as his successors were called, collected these sayings and arranged them in a book called the Koran, which is the sacred volume of the Mussulmans. For a long while Mohammed preached peace and gentleness and charity, and he won many followers. Then he came to believe that if people would not obey his teachings, it was right to make war upon them. He marched against Mecca with a large army of his disciples, and soon captured it. After a time, either by preaching or by fighting, the Mohammedans, or Mussulmans, became the rulers of all Arabia. After the death of their prophet, they continued their conquests. They overcame Syria, Persia, Egypt, northern Africa, and Spain. A little later they swarmed over the Pyrenees mountains, and pushed on as far north as Tours. In 732, just 100 years after the death of Mohammed, the Mohammedans and the Franks met in battle on the plain of Tours, and after a terrible combat the Mohammedans were so completely overwhelmed that they retreated toward Spain and never again tried to conquer the land of the Franks. End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain. Section 86 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Reading from the Koran. Painting, page 496. A reading from the Koran by William Carl Gentz, Germany, 1822 to 1890. Good Muslims believe that in the beginning a tablet rested beside the throne of God, and that upon this tablet the Koran was written by rays of light. Portions of its teachings were, according to Mohammedan faith, revealed to Mohammed from time to time. The utmost reverence is always shown to any copy of the book, and no one may even touch it without ceremonial purification. In the teachings of the Koran, there is little that is original. It demands belief in one God and in Mohammed as his prophet. Charity and kindness to others are enjoined. The good Mohammedan must drink no spirituous liquor. He must pray 5 times a day with his face turned toward Mecca, and at some time in his life he must, if possible, make a pilgrimage to the holy city. The language of the Koran is regarded as the purest Arabic. The picture represents one of the Mohammedan priests explaining the sacred book to the little audience who have come together to listen to him in the shade of the old stone portico. All wear the flowing robes of the East, but have, as is the custom, removed their shoes on entering the building. The palm with the right hand makes a graceful frame for the scene. Pigeons, but little disturbed by the coming of people, are fluttering about the shelf of rock. Beside the expounder lies a cat, who, in perfect confidence in these friendly folk, does not trouble herself even to keep a watchful eye upon them. She is introduced in memory of the time when Mohammed cut off the loose sleeve of his robe rather than disturb a cat who had chosen it as a place for her siesta. End of section 86. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 87 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 87. The Square House, or Kabah, by Hadji Khan and Wilfrid Sparroy. The square house, or Kabah, stands almost in the center of the harem, rather nearer to the west than to the east. Footnote. Harem here means courtyard of the mosque. End of footnote. The ground whereon it lies is accounted holy, since it was here that Adam, after his expulsion from the Garden of Eden, first worshipped his Creator, a tent being sent down from heaven for the purpose. This act of grace on the part of the heavenly host was the compassionate result of a conference over which the archangel Gabriel had presided. There was substituted for the tent by Adam's son, Seth, a structure of clay and stone, which was rebuilt at a later period, under the superintendence of Abraham and Ishmael his son. So much for the legendary history of the house. The task of restoring the sacred edifice, in the time of ignorance, fell to the lot of the 4 chief tribes of Arabia. It was rebuilt by the Quraysh a few years after Mohammed's birth, and was destroyed by the Torrents 35 years after its completion. Then ensued a tribal war, each of the clans claiming for itself a complete side of the house which should face its tents, till the cause of strife was settled by an agreement among the contending tribes to accept the arbitration of Abu Amid, the chief of the Quraysh. The decision of Abu Amid was that the tribe should abide by the determination of the man who, on the following Friday afternoon, should be the first to leave the mosque. So haphazard an arrangement was bound to appeal to the sportsmanlike instinct of a race that has ever been wont to test the wisdom of its actions by the arbitrament of chance. The warriors sheathed their swords, and when the fateful day arrived not a single murmur was raised against the man who, being the first to reach the open air, set about planning the building as it now appears. This man, it is said, was Mohammed. The Kabah, which was certainly reconstructed in the year 1627, the successive sharifs and sultans adding to its interior decorations, is said to have been destroyed and restored 12 times since the death of the Prophet. In shape, the Kabah is an almost solid square, having from outside a length of 14 yards, and being 11 yards broad and 16 yards high. From afar it has the look of an immense block of dark-colored granite. The double roof is supported from within by pillars of aloe wood. The gateway, which fills a considerable portion of the eastern wall, is raised about 6 feet from the ground, and measures in height some 4 yards, as far as I could gauge. The door itself is made of aloe wood, and is covered over with plates of solid silver, and studded with heavy silver nails. The precious metal was presented to the house in 959 of the Hegira by the generous Sultan Soliman. Inlaid in the eastern end of the southern wall of the Kabah is the famous black stone, which might be said to be the center of the pilgrims' circling aspirations, and the pivot of their circumambulations round the sacred precincts. Another stone, marking the sepulchre of Ishmael, lies at the base of the northern wall, and from the roof above there projects a horizontal semicircular rainspout which, including the end fixed in the wall, is 5 yards long, measures 24 inches in width, and is made of massive gold. The water flows from the lip of the split pipe to the floor of the harem below. The tomb of Abraham, the legendary builder of the temple, is situated close by, to the east, not far from the gate of Beni Shaibeh. The Prophet's faithful followers, when they say their prayers, must turn their faces in the direction of the Kabah, no matter where they may be. This ascertaining of the exact position of the house of God, which is the center of the holy city, is called taking the Qibla, or outlook. Thus the Mohammedans of Syria, and those beyond it to the north, having fixed the Qibla, are face to face with the northern wall, sacred to the stone of Ishmael and the gold rainspout. Their prayers are therefore sure to be heard. Those of Persia, Turkestan, northern India, Sind, and a part of China look in the direction of the northeastern angle, called the Rokne Aragi, which is an equally blessed outlook, since the door of the house is on the eastern side and rather more to the north than the south thereof. The faces of the Muslims of Aden, of southern India, of Madagascar, and of Australia are turned to the eastern wall, or the southeastern corner of it, while those of the faithful of Constantinople, as well as those of the Mohammedans of some parts of Russia, are opposite to the western wall of the sacred building. The Boers believe themselves to be the chosen people. It is a pity they are not Mohammedans, for if they were, they would be considered now the chosen people of Islam for the simple reason that they would face the southern wall of the Kabah, wherein is laid the black stone of immemorial sanctity. But the prayers the most acceptable to God, when all is said and done, are the prayers raised from any quarter within the harem of the house of Allah on earth. The interior of the Kabah is far more impressive than the exterior. The silver threshold is reached by means of a staircase running on wheels. There the pilgrim must prostrate himself, asking God to grant him his heart's desire. He must be careful to maintain the correct demeanor, closing his eyes and lifting up his hands, inasmuch as the angels, who are believed to keep watch over the entrance, are quick to resent the slightest breach in the prescribed ceremony. The guide who accompanied me assured me of the fact. He was good enough to see that I had forgotten neither my rosary of 99 beads corresponding with the wondrous names of God used in prayer, nor yet the lamp of clay, called more, whereon are stamped the self-same names, together with those of the 12 Imams and the Prophet. It was on the clay that I bowed my head in contrition when I fell on my knees. My guide, who had also prostrated himself, expressed the conviction, on rising, that the angels were on his side. I was also about to declare myself to be on the side of the angels, when a couple of sturdy pilgrims, in their impatience to behold the light of their eyes, wedged me tight between their bulky forms and then hustled me to the ground, adding insult to injury by being obviously unconscious of the presence of my humble body. They were absent-minded beggars with a vengeance. When I had crossed the door-sill, I was overcome by a sense of my own unworthiness, so that I pardoned the men who had offended me. I raised my eyes. The ceiling was flat and supported on 3 columns of aloe wood, and from it hung vases of great beauty on delicate gold chains. The walls were covered with red velvet, save where in white squares were written in Arabic characters the words Allah Ja Jalala, praise to God the Almighty. The velvet is said to have been a gift from Sultan Abdul Aziz. In the corner formed by the northern and eastern walls there is a door leading to the roof. This door, which is called the Door of Repentance, is closed to the public, but a prayer said on the hither side of the threshold meets with a gracious response, and the pilgrim is clean washed of his sins if he but touch the wood with his hand. The floor is now flagged with marble, the work of some 20 years ago. End of section 87. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 88 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, read for LibriVox.org. Arabia, Part 2. Stories of the Caliphs of Baghdad. Historical note. Mohammed was succeeded by a line of caliphs, who, theoretically at least, were at the head of both religion and state. The greatest of these caliphs was Harun al-Rashid, who ruled from 786 to 809, the hero of the Arabian Nights. Arabia was now in its most glorious days. Its caliph loved science and literature, and he had the works of numerous Greek and Latin authors translated into Arabic. Poetry flourished, and the court of the caliph was the home of education as well as of luxury. He had diplomatic relations with Charlemagne, and historians delight in describing the splendors of the embassy which he sent to that monarch and the superb presents which they carried. Among them was a magnificent tent, a water clock, and an elephant. Of more value than these, however, were the keys of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, for this gift carried with it freedom for European pilgrims to visit the sacred place. From the 8th to the 13th centuries, the Arabs ruled nearly all the lands that had accepted Mohammedanism. One by one these countries were lost to their control, and in the 16th century the caliphate passed for a time into the hands of the Ottoman Turks. End of section 88. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 89 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Read for LibriVox.org by T.J. Burns. Al-Mansur, builder of Baghdad, and the poet. 8th century A.D. Adapted from the Arabic by Claude Field. Al-Mansur, the third Caliph of the House of Abbas, succeeded his brother El-Shafa, the Bloodshedder, A.D. 754. He was a prince of great prudence, integrity, and discretion, but these good qualities were sullied by his extraordinary covetousness and occasional cruelty. He patronized poets and learned men, and was endowed with a remarkable memory. It is said that he could remember a poem after having only once heard it. He also had a slave who could commit to memory anything that he had heard twice, and a slave girl who could do the same with what she had heard 3 times. One day there came to him a poet bringing a congratulatory ode, and Al-Mansur said to him, "If it appears that anybody knows it by heart, or that anyone composed it, that is to say, that it was brought here by some other person before thee, we will give thee no recompense for it, but if no one knows it, we will give thee the weight in money of that upon which it is written." So the poet repeated his poem, and the Caliph at once committed it to memory, although it contained 1,000 lines. Then he said to the poet, "Listen to it from me," and he recited it perfectly. Then he added, "And this slave too knows it by heart." This was the case, as he had heard it twice, once from the poet and once from the Caliph. Then the Caliph said, "And this slave girl, who is concealed by the curtain, she also recollects it." So she repeated every letter of it, and the poet went away unrewarded. Another poet, Al-Asma'i, was among the intimate friends and table companions of the Caliph. He composed some very difficult verses and scratched them upon a fragment of a marble pillar, which he wrapped in a cloak and placed on the back of a camel. Then he disguised himself like a foreign Arab and fastened on a face-cloth so that nothing was visible but his eyes, and came to the Caliph and said, "Verily I have lauded the commander of the faithful in a qasida." Ode. Then said Al-Mansur, "O brother of the Arabs, if the poem has been brought by anyone beside thee, we will give thee no recompense for it. Otherwise, we will bestow on thee the weight in money of that upon which it is written." So Al-Asma'i recited the qasida, which, as it was extraordinarily intricate and difficult, the Caliph could not commit to memory. He looked toward the slave and the girl, but they had neither of them learnt it. So he cried, "O brother of the Arabs, bring hither that whereon it is written, that we may give thee its weight." Then said the seeming Arab, "O my lord, of a truth I could find no paper to write it upon, but I had amongst the things left me at my father's death a piece of a marble column, which had been thrown aside as useless, so I scratched the qasida upon that." Then the Caliph had no help for it but to give him its weight in gold, and this nearly exhausted his treasury. The poet took it and departed. End of section 89. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by T.J. Burns.
Section 90 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Read for LibriVox.org by Angelique Campbell. Al-Mansur Rebuked. 8th century A.D. Adapted from the Arabic by Claude Field. Terrible as was the wrath of Al-Mansur when roused, there were not wanting on occasion those among his subjects who had the courage to rebuke him. Once the Caliph was addressing an audience at Damascus and said, "O ye people, it is incumbent on you to give praise to the Most High that he has sent me to reign over you. For verily, since I began to reign over you, he has taken away the plague which had come amongst you." But a certain Arab cried out to him, "Of a truth, Allah is too merciful to give us both thee and the plague at one time." On another occasion, the theologian Malik ibn Anis relates the following. One day, the Caliph Mansur sent for me and my friend Ibn Taus, against whom he was known to entertain a grudge. When we entered the presence chamber, We beheld the executioner with his sword drawn, and the leather carpet spread, on which it was customary to behead criminals. The Caliph signed to us to seat ourselves, and when we had done so, he remained a long time with his head bent in meditation. He then raised it, and turning to Ibn Tawus said, "Recite me a saying of the Prophet, on whom be peace." Ibn Tawus replied, "The Prophet of God has said, the worst punished criminals in the day of judgment will be those to whom God has entrusted authority, and who have abused it." The Caliph was silent, and there was a pause. I trembled and drew my garments close round me, lest any of the blood of Ibn Tawus, whom I expected to see instantly executed, should spirt upon them. Then the Caliph said to Ibn Tawus, "Hand me that ink-pot." But he never stirred. "Why don't you hand it?" asked the Caliph. "Because," he said, "I fear you may write some wrong order, and I do not wish to share the responsibility." "Get up and go," the Caliph growled. "Precisely what we were desiring," answered Ibn Tawus, of whose courage and coolness I, from that day, formed a high opinion. End of section 90. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 91 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 91. Al-Mahdi and the Two Wishes, 8th century AD. Adapted from the Arabic by Claude Field. Al-Mahdi, the third caliph of the Abbasid dynasty, succeeded his father, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, AD 774. He was as prodigal as his father was avaricious, and rapidly squandered his vast inheritance. Al-Mansur had appointed as his instructor, before he succeeded to the throne, Sharki ibn Kutami, who was learned in all the lore and traditions of the Arabs. One evening Al-Mahdi asked his preceptor to divert him with some amusing anecdote. "I obey, Prince. May God protect you," answered Sharki. "They relate that a certain king of Hira had two courtiers whom he loved equally with himself. They never quitted his society night or day, in the palace or on a journey. He took no decision without consulting them, and his wishes coincided with theirs. Thus they lived together a long time, but one evening the king, having drunk to excess, drew his sword from the sheath, and, rushing upon his two friends, killed them. Then he fell into a drunken slumber. The next morning, when told of what he had done, he cast himself upon the earth, biting it in his fury, weeping for his friends, and bewailing the loss of them. He fasted for some days, and swore that for the rest of his life he would abstain from the beverage which had deprived him of reason. Then he had them buried, and erected a shrine over their remains, to which he gave the title El Garayan, the two effigies. He commanded, in addition, that no person should pass this monument without prostrating themselves. Now, like the laws of the Medes and Persians, every custom set up by a king of Hira could not be changed, but became a hard and fast tradition, handed on from generation to generation. The command, therefore, of the king was rigidly observed. His subjects, of low and high degree, never passed before the double tomb without prostrating themselves. This usage gradually acquired the binding force of a religious rite. The king had ordered that anyone who refused to conform to it should be punished with death after expressing two wishes, which would be granted, no matter what they were. One day a fuller passed, bearing on his back a bundle of clothes and a mallet. The guardians of the mausoleum ordered him to kneel down. He refused. They threatened him with death. He persisted in his refusal. They brought him before the king, whom they informed of the matter. "Why did you refuse to bow down?" asked the king. "I did bow down," answered the man. "They are lying." "No, you are the liar," said the king. "Express two wishes, they shall be granted, and then you will die." "Nothing, then, can save me from death after those men have accused me?" asked the fuller. "Nothing." "Very well," replied the fuller. Here is my wish. I wish to strike the king on the head with this mallet." "Fool," answered the king, "it were better worth your while to let me enrich those whom you leave behind you." "No," said the fuller, "I only wish to strike the king on the back of his head." The king then addressed his ministers. "What do you think," he said to them, "of the wish of this madman?" "Your Majesty," they answered, "you yourself have instituted this law. Your Majesty knows better than anyone else that the violation of law is a shame, a calamity, a crime which involves damnation. Besides, after having violated one law, you will violate a second, then a third. Your successors will do the same, and all our laws will be profaned." The king replied, "Get this man to ask anything he likes. Provided he lets me off, I am ready to grant all his requests, even to the half of my kingdom." They laid these proposals before the fuller, but in vain. He declared that he had no other wish but to strike the king. The latter, seeing that the man was thoroughly resolved, convoked a public assembly. The fuller was introduced. He took his mallet and struck the king on the back of his head so violent a blow that he fell from his throne and lay stretched on the ground unconscious. Subsequently, he lay ill with fever for 6 months and was so severely injured that he could only drink a drop at a time. At last he got well, recovered the use of his tongue, and could eat and drink. He asked for news of the fuller. On being told that he was in prison, he summoned him and said, "There is still a wish remaining to you. Express it so that I may order your death according to law." "Since it is absolutely necessary that I must die," replied the fuller, "I wish to strike you another blow on the head." At these words the king was seized with dismay and exclaimed that it was all over with him. At last he said to the fuller, "Wretch, renounce a claim which is profitless to you. What advantage have you reaped from your first wish? Ask for something else, and whatever it is, I will grant it." "No," said the man, "I only demand my right, the right to strike you once more." The king again consulted his ministers, who answered that the best thing for him was to resign himself to death, in obedience to the law. "But," said the king, "if he strikes me again, I shall never be able to drink any more. I know what I have already suffered." "We cannot help that, your Majesty," answered the ministers. Finding himself in this extremity, the king said to the fuller, "Answer, fellow, that day when you were brought hither by the guardians of the mausoleum, did I not hear you declare that you had prostrated yourself and that they had slandered you?" "Yes, I did say so," answered the fuller, "but you would not believe me." The king jumped from his seat, embraced the fuller, and exclaimed, "I swear that you are more truthful than these rascals, and that they have lied at your expense. I give you their place, and authorize you to inflict upon them the punishment they have deserved." Al-Mahdi laughed heartily on hearing this story, complimented the narrator, and rewarded him generously. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 92. Harun al-Rashid and the Musician, 8th century A.D. Adapted from the Arabic by Claude Field. Ibrahim Muzeli relates the following story. Rashid one day summoned all his musicians. I and Meskin of Medina were among the performers. Rashid had partaken freely of wine and wished to hear performed an air which had suddenly occurred to his mind. The officer stationed before the curtain which concealed the Caliph told Ibn Jami to sing this piece. The latter obeyed, but did not succeed in pleasing the Caliph. Each of the singers present attempted it, but were no more successful than Ibn Jami. Then the officer, addressing Meskin, said, "The commander of the faithful orders you to sing this air if you can do it properly." Meskin commenced at once to sing, to the great surprise of the audience, who could not understand how a musician like him had the courage to attempt before us an air which none of us had been able to render to the satisfaction of the Caliph. As soon as he had finished, I heard Rashid raise his voice and ask to hear it a second time. Meskin recommenced with a skill and spirit which won him everybody's applause. The Caliph congratulated and praised him to the skies. Then he had the curtain behind which he had been sitting drawn aside. "Prince of the believers," then said Meskin to him, "a strange story attaches to this piece," and at the invitation of the Caliph he narrated it in these words. "I was formerly a slave of a member of the family of Zobeir, and carried on the trade of a tailor. My master claimed from me a tax of 2 dirhams daily, after paying which I was free to do what I liked. I was passionately fond of singing. One day a descendant of Ali, for whom I had just completed a tunic, paid me 2 dirhams for it, kept me to eat with him, and made me drink generously. As I left him, I met a negress carrying her pitcher on her shoulder and singing the song you have just heard. I was so delighted at it that, forgetting everything else, I said to her, 'By the Prophet, I adjure thee to teach me that air.' 'By the Prophet,' she answered, 'I will not teach it unless you pay me 2 dirhams.' Then, Prince of Believers, I took out the 2 dirhams with which I intended to pay my daily tax, and gave them to the negress. She, setting her pitcher down, sat on the ground, and keeping time with her fingers on the pitcher, sang the piece and repeated it till it was well impressed on my memory. I then proceeded to my master. As soon as he saw me he demanded his 2 dirhams, and I related my adventure to him. 'Scoundrel,' he said, 'have I not warned you that I will take no excuse even if a farthing is missing?' Saying this, he laid me on the ground, and with the utmost vigour of his arm gave me 50 strokes of a rod, and as an additional disgrace caused my head and chin to be shaved. Verily, O Prince, I passed a melancholy night. The severe punishment I had undergone made me forget the piece I had learnt, and this was the saddest of all. In the morning, wrapping my head in a cloak, I hid my large tailor's scissors in my sleeve, and directed my steps to the spot where I had met the negress. I waited there in perplexity, not knowing her name nor her abode. All at once I saw her coming. The sight of her dispersed all my cares. I approached her, and she said to me, 'By the Lord of the Kabah, you have forgotten the song.' 'Yes, I have,' I answered. I told her how my head and chin had been shaved, and offered her a reward if she would sing her song again. 'By the Prophet,' she answered, 'I will not, for less than 2 dirhams.' I took out my scissors and ran and pawned them for 2 dirhams, which I gave her. She put down her pitcher and began to sing as she had done the evening before. But as soon as she began, I said, 'Give me back the 2 dirhams. I don't need your song.' 'By Allah,' she said, 'you shall not see them again. Don't think it.' Then she added, 'I am certain that the 4 dirhams you have spent will be worth to you 4,000 dinars from the hand of the Caliph.' Then she resumed her song, accompanying herself as before on her pitcher, and did not cease repeating it till I had got it by heart. We separated. I returned to my master, but in a state of great apprehension. When he saw me, he demanded his daily due, while I stammered out excuses. 'Beast,' he shouted, 'was not yesterday's lesson enough for you?' 'I wish to speak to you frankly and without falsehood,' I answered. 'Yesterday's and today's dirhams went in payment for a song,' and I began to sing it to him. 'What!' he exclaimed, 'you have known an air like that for 2 days, and told me nothing of it? May my wife be divorced if it is not true that I would have let you go yesterday if you had sung it to me. Your head and chin have been shaved, I cannot help that, but I let you off your tax till your hair grows again.' Hearing this recital, Rashid laughed heartily, and said to the musician, 'I don't know which is better, your song or your story. I will see in my turn that the forecast of the negress is verified.' So Meskin went out from the Caliph's presence richer by 4,000 dinars. End of section 92. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 93 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 93. The Caliph and the Poet of the Barmeks. 8th century AD by E. H. Palmer. After the fall of the Barmek family, Harun forbade the poets to write elegies upon them, imposing severe penalties upon anyone who should act contrary to this regulation. It so happened that some of the night watch were passing by one of the ruined palaces which had formerly belonged to the unfortunate family, when they came upon a man with a strip of paper in his hand, containing an elegy upon the Barmeks, which he was reciting, weeping as he did so. The watch arrested him and took him before Al-Rashid, to whom he at once acknowledged the fact. "Did you not know of my prohibition?" said the Caliph. "I'll make an example of you, "If your Majesty will hear my story first," said the prisoner. "You may do what you please." "Go on," said Harun. "Formerly," commenced the poet, "I was one of the least of Yahya bin Khalid's clerks. One day the vizier said to me, 'I wish you to entertain me at your house some time or other.' I replied, 'Oh, my lord, I am not deserving of such an honor, and my house is quite unfit for you.' And as he would take no denial, I asked for a year's delay that I might make fitting preparations. But he would not allow me more than a few months. So I set about my preparations, and as soon as they were completed to the best of my ability, I informed the minister that I was ready to receive him. The next day he came to me with his 2 sons, Jafar and El-Fadl, and a few of his private suite. Then he stopped his horse at my door and alighted. 'Now then,' he said, 'I am hungry. Make haste and get me something to eat.' And his son, El-Fadl, whispered, 'He likes roast fowl. Bring whatever you have got as soon as possible.' So I went in and got the dinner ready. When the vizier had finished eating, he got up and walked about the place, and then said suddenly, 'Now then, sir, show me all over your house.' I answered, 'This is my house, my lord. I have no other.' 'Oh, yes, you have,' said he. 'You have another.' I assured him that it was the only one I possessed, whereupon he called for some masons, and when they appeared, he commanded them to break open a door in the wall. In this I remonstrated and said, 'Oh, my lord, how can I break into my neighbor's house when God has commanded us to respect our neighbor's rights?' 'Never mind,' he said, and when the door was made, we all went through it, and came into a beautiful garden, well planted with fruit and flowers, with fountains bubbling up, and summer houses, and dwellings, and everything that could delight the eye. The house itself was beautifully furnished, and filled with servants and slave girls, everything on a most magnificent scale. 'This house,' said the vizier, 'and all belonging to it is yours.' Then I kissed his hands and prayed for blessings on him, and he turned to his son Jafar and said, 'How is he to keep up this establishment, my boy?' And Jafar said, 'I will give him such and such an estate, and make out of the conveyance of it to him immediately.' Then Yahya turned to El-Fadl and said, 'What is he to do, my boy, for ready money until he receives the revenues of his estate?' 'Oh,' said El-Fadl, 'I will give him 10,000 dinars, and bring them to him myself.' 'Well, make haste then,' said the father, 'both of you.' They were as good as their word, and I entered into possession of the house and the estate, and received the ready cash, and have made a large fortune with it over and above what they gave me. And I enjoy it now, and God knows, O Prince of the Faithful, I have never lost an opportunity of showing my gratitude to them, although I can never repay the obligations I owe them. And if you like to kill me for that, you can, so do as you like." Al-Rashid was touched at the man's story, and had the common humanity to let him go. He also from that day removed his prohibition, and allowed the poets to write elegies on the beloved but unfortunate family. End of section 93. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 94 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Division of the Reward, 8th Century A.D., by E. H. Palmer. Harun al-Rashid suffered much from sleeplessness, and, to divert himself, would either walk incognito through the streets of Baghdad, accompanied by his trusty companions, Jaffa and Misrur, or he would recline and listen to amusing stories or sentimental poetry. This furnishes really the motive for a great part of the tales of the Arabian Nights, many of the histories there related being told to soothe the caliph in his restless moods. During one of these fits, he said to Jaffa, "I am sleepless tonight, and my heart is contracted, and I know not what to do." On this Mesrur, who was standing by, burst out laughing, and Harun sharply asked, "Dost thou laugh at me, or art thou mad?" "No, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful," said the attendant. "By thy relationship to the chief of the apostles, I could not help it. It was the sudden recollection of a man named Ibn el-Karibi, whom I saw yesterday amusing a crowd on the banks of the Tigris, which made me laugh, for which I humbly beg your Majesty's pardon." "Bring him here at once," said al-Rashid, and Mesrur, having found the wag, brought him to the palace, but, before admitting him, bargained with him that he should give him 2/3 of whatever he might receive from the caliph. To this Ibn el-Karibi agreed after much wrangling, and the two were ushered into the imperial presence. After the usual ceremonious greeting, the caliph said, "If you do not make me laugh, I will beat you 3 times with this leathern bag," pointing to one which lay beside him. The fellow, who was not without experience of correction from more formidable-looking instruments, having indeed more than once brought himself into personal communication with the bastinado, thought but little of 3 blows with a leathern bag, and put forth all his strength to divert the sovereign, uttering drolleries enough to make a melancholy madman laugh, but not a muscle of the caliph's face was seen to move. "Now," said the commander of the faithful, "you have deserved the beating," and taking up the leathern bag, struck the jester 1 blow therewith, eliciting a howl, for the bag was filled with large pebbles, and caused no trifling pain. Begging for a moment's respite, he told Harun of the bargain between himself and Mesrur, and begged that the 2 remaining blows might be given to the attendant as his share, according to agreement. Mesrur was then called in, and on receiving the first installment, cried out, "O Prince of the Faithful, the 3rd is enough for me. Give him the 2/3. This restored the caliph's good temper, and, laughing heartily, he rewarded them both. End of section 94. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 95 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The World's Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 95, The Caliph and the Man with the Stew, 8th century A.D., by E. H. Palmer. Ibrahim el-Mosili relates that he went out one day to take the air and get rid of the effects of a too heavy drinking bout, when he perceived a smell of cooking that aroused his appetite. Having ordered his servant to find out from which house the odor proceeded, he presented himself at the door and requested the girl who opened it to allow him to partake of the meal that was being prepared. The girl went to her mistress and at once returned with permission for them to enter. She then tasted the contents of a pot that was upon the fire and set a dish of it before the visitors. Ibrahim found it very savory, ate heartily, and was about to take his departure, when the lady of the house sent word out to say that she regretted the absence of her husband, who would, she was sure, have been pleased to entertain them further and to drink with them. As he was leaving, he passed a man riding upon an ass, who turned out to be the master himself. He, having learned from the girl what had happened, rode after Ibrahim and insisted on bringing him back to the house, where, taking him into the best apartment, he set before his guest an elegant dessert and some excellent wine, and the two kept up the carousel until the evening. The next day Ibrahim was told that the caliph had over and over again sent for him during his absence, so he hurried to the palace, and by way of making his excuses told his adventures, and waxed eloquent upon the savory nature of the stew he had tasted. The caliph was amused, and said, "Did he not ask you who you were?" "No," replied Ibrahim, "we had plenty else to do." Harun wished to taste the dish for himself, and ordered Ibrahim to procure an invitation for them both, without acquainting their host with their names and rank. This was easily arranged for the next night, Ibrahim telling the hospitable stranger that his friend was deeply in debt, and dared not show himself by day for fear of his creditors. So the caliph and his companion mounted 2 asses and rode to the house, where they were cordially received and entertained. The caliph declared he had never tasted anything like the stew, was charmed with all he saw and heard, and asked his host about his circumstances. "My father," said he, "left me a large property, and I dissipated the greater part of it, but I retrenched in time, and thank Allah, now I want for nothing." Presently the fumes of the wine and the songs of the singing girls who were present so expanded the caliph's heart that he told Ibrahim to take their host aside and tell him who he was. So Ibrahim said, "Do you know who your guest is?" "No," said he. "Why, he is the commander of the faithful himself." The man, on hearing this, laughed till he rolled over on his back and kept calling out, "Oh, what a wonderfully good thing! Oh, you wag!" At this the caliph laughed immoderately too, and the man called out to his wife, "What do you think of our guests? They have got drunk and repay my hospitality by making fun of me, and one of them declares he is the prince of the faithful." Then, offering a glass with mock humility to Al-Rashid, he said, "Drink, commander of the faithful," and Harun laughed the more. "But," said Ibrahim, "it is really the commander of the faithful." "Pray, stop your drunken jokes," said the other. "You have only drunk a couple of glasses, and have turned this fellow into the commander of the faithful. In another half an hour you will make him out to be the prophet himself." When daylight began to appear, the party broke up. Ibrahim, failing to convince his host of the truth of his communication, told him to ask his neighbors in the morning after El-Malik, the king, and after Ibrahim el-Mosili, and when asked his name, to reply that he was the man with the stew. In the morning his neighbors said to him, "What a noisy party you had last night! Who were your 2 guests?" When he had told them all, one of the neighbors said, "Tell me what they were like," and on hearing the description declared his conviction that it really was the caliph. So the man went off to the house of Ibrahim el-Mosili and sent word in that the man with the stew had called. Ibrahim at once admitted him, rode with him to the palace, and presented him to Al-Rashid, who insisted on his repeating his sarcastic observations of the previous night, which he did, to Harun's great delight. The caliph ordered an immense sum of money to be given to him, and bade him tell him the receipt for the celebrated stew. "No, commander of the faithful," said he, "if I were to give away a thing that has proved so valuable to me, I should have no advantage left in it. I shall be happy to cook it for the commander of the faithful whenever he pleases." Harun was content with the reply, and the lucky host was ever afterwards known as the man with the stew. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain. Section 96 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, read for LibriVox.org by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Poet and the Jester, 8th century A.D., by E. H. Palmer. Zobeide, wife of Harun al-Rashid, never ceased to urge upon her husband the claims of her son Emin to the entire succession as belonging to the pure Hashimi race on both parents' sides, and she was exceedingly jealous of Harun's other son, Mamun, whom she hated not only as the child of a rival, but as having Persian blood in his veins, and more particularly because of the much more brilliant intellect which he displayed. This subject was the cause of many stormy scenes between the royal pair, several of which are related by the Arab historians on the authority of eyewitnesses. On one occasion, the story goes, the fond mother asserted that Emin was an excellent poet and induced him to submit some of his verses to the court jester Abu Nawas's criticism. When the latter pointed out some gross violation of the rules of prose in one of the lines, the young prince flew into a passion and caused Abu Nawas to be imprisoned. Some time after, Harun al-Rashid sent for the poet, was surprised to learn of his incarceration and the reason of it, and severely reproved his son. Emin asked to be allowed to read some other verses in the presence of his father, as well as of Abu Nawas, and the caliph acceded to his request. As soon as the Abu Nawas had heard the first few lines, he started up to leave the room. "Where are you going?" asked Harun. "Back to prison," was the reply. End of section 96. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 97 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Read for LibriVox.org. Arabia, Part 3. Stories of Modern Arabia. Historical Note. The world owes much to the Arabians or Saracens for preserving and increasing its knowledge of science and literature through the Dark Ages. They were students and investigators, and the results of their work they gave to others by establishing schools in their principal cities. Some of this culture was imbibed by the Crusaders, and on their return was spread throughout Europe, where it was a potent factor in bringing to an end the ignorance and brutality of the Dark Ages. Unfortunately for the Caliphate, dissensions arose among the Muslims. Numerous lesser chiefs of Arabia, while willing to acknowledge the ruling caliph as head of their faith, refused to accept his sway in temporal matters. In the middle of the 18th century, one Wahhabi arose, a religious reformer who did not object to holding temporal sway. His power increased, and early in the 19th century, even Mecca came under the rule of his successors. Warfare with Egypt led to the downfall of the Wahhabi rule, but about the middle of the century they succeeded in again establishing their control. A wide strip of land along the coast, including Mecca, is in the hands of Turkey. Aden has since 1839 been held by Great Britain. The region of Nejd and the deserts in the southeast are under Arab control. End of section 97. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 98 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 98. Justice in Arabia, 19th Century, by Colonel L. du Chaillu. After the evening prayer, I took my way to the tower, calling by the way on Sayyid Ahmed, with whom in our late ramble I had arranged for an early meeting. "Sidi," said I, addressing him, "I was going to avail myself this evening of your invitation to visit you whenever convenient to myself. But Sayyid Abd el-Rahman having sent word that he expects me after the evening prayer, I called to say that I must defer that pleasure until another time." "It so happens," rejoined Sayyid Ahmed, "that I too am going to the tower, for tonight the Naguib sits there in judgment. Every second night after the last prayer the Naguib dispenses justice to the Marabes, and this is an evening for the session of a Messaur tribunal." I proceeded with him to the tower, where we found the Naguib seated upon his cushions at the door of the vestibule. There, surrounded by his chiefs and a crowd of retainers, he rendered important decisions while smoking his chicha. The audience was a large one, for Sayyid Abd el-Rahman was very popular with his people, owing in great measure to his accessibility to all. Mussulman, Sabian, or Jew, provided only he was of the country, enjoyed the privilege of access to him at all times to state his case, on which the Nagib at once rendered justice, by a decree based upon equity as well as common sense. Said Ahmed took the place reserved for him among the members of the tribunal, while for myself, after the interchange of the usual compliments, the Nagib ordered a chibuk to be brought, which he lighted and presented to me with his own hands. Curious to witness an example of the justice of the country, I took up the most convenient position for seeing and hearing, as the audience commenced. There were women who complained of ill treatment on the part of their husbands, men who accused their wives of frailty, divisions of inheritance to adjust, thefts and frauds to punish, among all which cases there were two particularly remarkable for the judgments rendered upon them. The first of these cases was one between a katib and a fallah, that is, a writer and a peasant, the wife of the latter having been taken away from him by the former, who maintained that he had a claim upon her. The woman declined to acknowledge either the one or the other of them as her husband, or rather she acknowledged them both, a view of the case which rendered it decidedly embarrassing. Having heard both sides and reflected a moment, the Nagib said, addressing the claimants, "Leave this woman here, and return in half an hour," on which the Katib and Fallah made their salutations and retired. The second case was between a Fakeh and a Zibdai, or in other words, a fruiterer and a butter merchant, the latter very much besmeared with butter, the former clean. The fruiterer said, "I had been to buy some butter from this man, and drew out my purse full of money to pay for the butter he had put in my gaula. When tempted by the sight of the coins, he seized me by the wrist. I cried, 'Thief!' but he would not let me go, and thus have we come before you, I squeezing my money in my hand, and he grasping my wrist with his. And now by Mohammed, our great prophet, I swear that this man lies in saying that I have stolen his money, for that money is truly mine." The butter merchant said, "This man came to buy a gula of butter from me, and when I filled it, he said, 'Hast thou change of an Abu Mathfa?' a Spanish piastre. I searched my pocket, from which I drew out my hand full of money, which I placed upon the sill of my shop, from which he snatched it, and was going off with my butter and my money, when I seized him by the wrist and cried, 'Thief!' But in spite of my cries he refused to return my property to me, and I have brought him hither in order that you may judge between us. And now by Mohammed, our great prophet, I swear that this man lies in saying I have stolen his money, for that money is truly mine." The Nagib caused the complainants to repeat their charges twice, but neither of them varied from his first statement. Then he said, after a moment's reflection, "Leave this money here and return in half an hour," on which the fruiterer, who had all along kept his hold of the money, deposited it in a wooden bowl, brought by one of the guards, and both complainants, having made their salutations, retired. When they were gone, the Nagib quitted his seat at the door of the vestibule, and went up into the fourth story of the tower, taking with him the woman and money in dispute. At the appointed moment he returned with them, and went calmly back to his seat. The parties interested were all present, and the Katib and Fallah were called up. "Here," said the Nagib, addressing the Katib, "take thy wife and lead her away, for she is thine truly." Then turning to his guards and pointing to the Fallah, he said, "Give this man 50 blows of a courbash on the soles of his feet." The Katib walked off with his wife, and the guards gave the Fallah 50 blows of a courbash on the soles of his feet. Next came the fruiterer and the butter merchant in their turn. "Here," said the Nagib to the fruiterer, "here is thy money. Verily didst thou take it from thine own purse, and never did it belong to him by whom thou art accused." Then turning to his guards and pointing to the butter merchant, he said, "Give this man 50 blows of a courbash on the soles of his feet." The fruiterer walked off with his money, and the guards gave the butter merchant 50 blows of a courbash on the soles of his feet. When the court had risen, I asked the Nagib how he ascertained that the woman was the wife of the Katib, and the money the property of the fruiterer. "Nothing more simple," replied he. "You saw how I went up into the fourth story with the woman and the money. But when we arrived there, I ordered her suddenly to clean my inkhorn, when, like one accustomed to that work, she at once took it, drew out the cotton from it, washed it properly, replaced it on the stand, and filled it with fresh ink. Then I said to myself, if you were the wife of the fellah, you never could have cleaned an inkhorn like that. You must be the wife of the khatib. Good, said I, bowing in token of assent. So much for the woman. And how about the money? The money was quite another business, replied the Nagib, smiling with a self-satisfied expression as he leered at me with a look full of artfulness and craft. You must have remarked how buttery the butter merchant was, and how greasy his hands were in particular. Well, I put the money into a vessel of hot water, and upon examining the water carefully I could not find that a single particle of grease had come to the surface. Then I said to myself, this money belongs to the fruiterer, and not to the butter merchant, for had it belonged to the latter it must have been greasy, and the grease would have shown on the surface of the water. At this I bowed very low indeed, and said, in good faith, I doubt whether the great King Solomon himself could have rendered a decision with more sagacity and wisdom. Until then I had always looked upon the tales related to us in the Arabian Nights as mere fictions, but on witnessing the delivery of these two judgments I felt convinced that some of them at least were founded on facts. Of course they are worked up into romances, but they have a basis of reality. End of section 98. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 99 of Egypt, Africa and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa and Arabia. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 99. Wit from Arabia. By Colonel L. Ducouré. 1. One morning, Nasir Eddin Effendi ascended into his pulpit to preach, and addressing his hearers, said, O believers, know ye what I am going to talk to you about? They replied that they did not. Well then, rejoined he, since you do not know, do you suppose that I am going to tell you? Another morning he again appeared in the pulpit and said, O believers, know ye not what I am going to tell you? They replied that they did. If you know it then, said he, I need not tell it to you. And he descended from the pulpit and went his way. His auditors, puzzled what to do, at length agreed that, if he again made his appearance, some of them would say that they knew, others that they did not. And again Nasir Eddin Effendi mounted into the pulpit and said, O Mussulmans, know ye what I am going to say to you? To which some replied, We know, others, We know not. Good, returned he, let those who know tell those who do not. 2. A fellah came in from the country one morning, bringing a gazelle to Nasir Eddin Effendi, who received it very graciously, and invited the donor to dine with him. A week afterwards the same man again came to see him, but Nasir Eddin Effendi, having forgotten him, asked him who he was. I am he who brought you the gazelle, replied the man, upon which Nasir Eddin Effendi welcomed him as before. Some days after this, certain strangers having come to claim his hospitality, he asked them who they were. We are the neighbors of him who brought you the gazelle, answered they, and he received them as his guests. Shortly after, yet others presented themselves, who, on being asked by him who they were, replied, We are the neighbors of the man who brought you the gazelle. And Nasir Eddin Effendi, bidding them welcome, placed before them a cup of cold water only, saying, Drink. It is the broth of the gazelle. 3. One evening Nasir Eddin Effendi borrowed a pot from one of his neighbors, and having finished cooking with it, he put a stew-pan inside it, and returned it to the owner. The latter, seeing the stew-pan, asked Nasir Eddin Effendi what it was. The pot has had a young one, replied the latter, and went his way. Another time he again borrowed the pot, took it home with him, and did not return it. 5 days after, the owner of the pot, surprised at its not having been returned, went to Nasir Eddin Effendi and asked him for it. Allah be merciful to you, exclaimed the latter. Your pot is dead." "What?" cried the other. "Do pots die?" "Come now," retorted Nasir Eddin Effendi. "You were ready enough to believe that pots can bring forth young ones. Why then should they not die?" 4. One day a beggar knocked at the door of Nasir Eddin Effendi. "What do you want here?" asked the latter. "Come down," said the beggar man. Nasir Eddin Effendi came down and again asked him what he wanted. "I seek for alms," said the beggar man. "Good," exclaimed Nasir Eddin Effendi. "Go upstairs." The beggar man went up, and then Nasir Eddin Effendi said to him, "The blessing of Allah be upon you." "But why did you not say that while I was below, O Sidi?" asked the beggar man. "Why yourself?" retorted Nasir Eddin Effendi. "When I was upstairs, why did you ask me to come down?" End of section 99. This recording is in the public domain. Section 100 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Arabian Horseman in Battle by Adolf Schreyer, German painter, 1828. Painting, page 536. The sky is deep blue and cloudy, the ground rocky and broken. Far away at the horizon on the left, the smoke from the guns of the enemy may be seen. Galloping rapidly into the foreground of the picture come a troop of Arabs. A shell has just exploded, and the chief's horse, a magnificent dapple grey, springs forward in a moment's alarm. The white horse of the standard-bearer swerves to the right. This is the moment of the picture. The famous horses of Arabia are distinguished by their broad foreheads, expressive eyes, and tapering muzzles. On a slender fare of barley, dates, and camel's milk, they will make a daily journey of 60 or 80 miles for many days in succession. They share the tent of their master, and are his comrades and playmates. He treats them like petted children, and they respond with a rare docility and intelligence. An Arab will almost as soon sell his child as his beloved horse. End of section 100. This recording is in the public domain. Section 101 of Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World Story, Volume 3, Egypt, Africa, and Arabia. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 101. A Pilgrimage to Mecca by Sir Richard F. Burton. In 1853, Captain Richard F. Burton determined to make the pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina. He had an Eastern cast of countenance and could speak Arabic and Persian with ease. He spent some time in familiarizing himself with Mohammedan ways, prayers, ablutions, and prostrations, and at Suez joined a company of pilgrims. How well he carried out his assumed character may be known from the fact that his attendant had no idea that he was not a fellow Mohammedan. The Editor. Having resolved to perform the Mecca pilgrimage, I spent a few months at Cairo, and on the 22nd of May embarked in a small steamer at Suez with the Mahmil, or litter, and its military escort, conveying the Kiswa, or covering for the Kabah. On the 25th, the man at the wheel informed us that we were about to pass the village of Rabik, on the Arabian coast, and that the time had consequently arrived for changing our usual habiliments for the ihram, or pilgrim costume of 2 towels, and for taking the various interdictory vows involved in its assumption, such as not to tie knots in any portion of our dress, not to oil the body, and not to cut our nails or hair, nor to improve the tints of the latter with the coppery hue of henna. Transgression of these and other ceremonial exactments is expiated either by animal sacrifice or gifts of fruit or cereals to the poor. After a complete ablution and assuming the ihram, we performed 2 prayer flections and recited the meritorious sentences beginning with the words, Labaik Allahumma labaik. Here I am, O God, here I am. Here I am, O unassociated one. Here I am, for unto thee belong praise, grace, and empire, O unassociated one. This prayer was repeated so often, people not unfrequently rushing up to their friends and shrieking the sacred sentence into their ears, that at last it became a signal for merriment rather than an indication of piety. On the 26th we reached Jeddah, where the utter sterility of Arabia, with its dunes and rocky hills, becomes apparent. The town, however, viewed from the sea, is not unpicturesque. Many European vessels were at anchor off the coast, and as we entered the port, innumerable small fishing boats darting in all directions, their sails no longer white, but emerald green from the intense lustre of the water, crowded around us on all sides, and reminded one by their dazzling colours and rapidity of motion of the shoals of porpoises so often seen on a voyage round the Cape. On disembarking we were accosted by several mutawafs, or circuit men, so termed in Arabic because, besides serving as religious guides in general, their special duty is to lead the pilgrim in his 7 obligatory circuits around the Kabah. We encamped outside the town, and having visited the tomb of our mother Eve, mounted our camels for Mecca. After a journey of 20 hours across the desert, we passed the barriers which mark the outermost limit of the sacred city, and ascending some giant steps, pitched our tents on a plain, or rather plateau, surrounded by barren rock, some of which, distant but a few yards, mask from view the birthplace of the Prophet. It was midnight. A few drops of rain were falling, and lightning played around us. Day after day we had watched its brightness from the sea, and many a faithful Hadji had pointed out to his companions those fires which were heaven's witness to the sanctity of the spot. Alhamdulillah. Thanks be to God. We were now at length to gaze upon the Qibla, to which every Mussulman has turned in prayer since the days of Mohammed, and which for long ages before the birth of Christianity was reverenced by the patriarchs of the East. Soon after dawn arose from our midst the shout of Labaik, Labaik, and passing between the rocks we found ourselves in the main street of Mecca, and approached the gateway of salvation, one of the 39 portals of the Temple of Salvation. On crossing the threshold we entered a vast unroofed quadrangle, a mighty amplification of the Palais Royal, having on each side of its 4 sides a broad colonnade, divided into 3 aisles by a multitude of slender columns, and rising to the height of about 30 feet. Surmounting each arch of the colonnade is a small dome. In all there are 120, and at different points arise 7 minarets, dating from various epochs, and of somewhat varying altitudes and architecture. The numerous pigeons which have their home within the temple have been believed never to alight upon any portion of its roof, thus miraculously testifying to the holiness of the building. This marvel, however, of late years having been suspended, many discern another omen of the approach of the long-predicted period when unbelievers shall desecrate the hallowed soil. In the centre of the square area rises the far-famed Kabah, the funereal shade of which contrasts vividly with the sunlit walls and precipices of the town. It is a cubical structure of massive stone, the upper 2/3 of which are mantled by a black cloth embroidered with silver, and the lower portion hung with white linen. At a distance of several yards it is surrounded by a balustrade provided with lamps, which are lighted in the evening, and the space thus enclosed is the circuit ground, along which, day and night, crowds of pilgrims performing the circular ceremony of tawaf realize the idea of perpetual motion. We at once advanced to the black stone embedded in an angle of the Kabah, kissed it, and exclaimed, Bismillah wa Allahu Akbar, in God's name, and God is greatest. Then we commenced the usual 7 rounds, 3 at a walking pace, and 4 at a brisk trot. Next followed 2 prayer flections at the tomb of Abraham, after which we drank of the water of Zamzam, said to be the same which quenched the thirst of Hagar's exhausted son. Besides the Kabah, 8 minor structures adorn the quadrangle: the well of Zamzam, the library, the clock-room, the triangular staircase, and 4 ornamental resting places for the orthodox sects of Hanafi, Shafi, Maliki, and Hanbali. We terminated our morning duties by walking and running 7 times along the streets of Safa and Marwa, so named from the flight of 7 steps at each of its extremities. After a few days spent in visiting various places of interest, such as the slave market and forts, and the houses of the Prophet and the Caliphs Ali and Abu Bakr, we started on our 6 hours' journey to the mountain of Arifat, an hour's sojourn at which, even in a state of insensibility, confers the rank of Hadji. It is a mountain spur of about 150 feet in height, presenting an artificial appearance from the wall encircling it and the terrace on its slope, from which the Imam delivers a sermon before the departure of his congregation for Mecca. His auditors were, indeed, numerous, their tents being scattered over 2 or 3 miles of the country. A great number of their inmates were fellow subjects of ours from India. Footnote: Sir Richard posed as a native of Afghanistan. End of footnote. I surprised some of my Mecca friends by informing them that Queen Victoria numbers nearly 20 millions of Mohammedans among her subjects. On the 5th of June, at sunset, commencing our return, we slept at the village of Muzdalifah, and there gathered and washed 7 pebbles of the size of peas, to be flung at 3 piles of whitewashed masonry, known as the Shaitans, Satans of Muna. We acquitted ourselves satisfactorily of this duty on the festival of the 6th of June, the 10th day of the Arabian month Sul-Hijjah. Each of us then sacrificed a sheep, had his hair and nails cut, exchanged the ikram for his best apparel, and embracing his friends, paid them the compliments of the season. The 2 following days, the Great, the Middle, and the Little Satan, were again pelted, and bequeathing to the unfortunate inhabitants of Muna the unburied and odorous remains of nearly 100,000 animals, we returned, 80,000 strong, to Mecca. A week later, having helped to insult the tumulus of stones which marks, according to popular belief, the burial place of Abu Lahab the unbeliever, who we learn from the Koran has descended into hell with his wife, gatherer of sticks, I was not sorry to relinquish a shade temperature of 120 degrees, and went my way to Jeddah, en route for England, after delegating to my brethren the recital of a prayer in my behalf at the tomb of the Prophet at Medina. In penning these lines, I am anxious to encourage other Englishmen, especially those from India, to perform the pilgrimage, without being deterred by exaggerated reports concerning the perils of the enterprise. It must, however, be understood that it is absolutely indispensable to be a Mussulman, at least externally, and to have an Arabic name. Neither the Koran nor the Sultan enjoins the killing of intrusive Jews or Christians. Nevertheless, 2 years ago, an incognito Jew, who refused to repeat the creed, was crucified by the Mecca populace, and in the event of a pilgrim again declaring himself to be an unbeliever, the authorities would be almost powerless to protect his life. End of section 101. End of The World Story, A History of the World in Story, Song and Art. Volume 3, Egypt, Africa and Arabia. Edited by Eva March Tappan.